Chapter 594, The Price of Becoming a God. The night was like water, the fires on the hillside illuminating a 30-foot radius. Bai Xing listened to Guan telling the story of the celestial spirit god, his heart longing, his face full of disbelief. There were such beings beyond the heavens. The resolute, almost invincible celestial spirit god filled Bai Xing with admiration. Even the strongest gods have desires, said Guan with a sigh. For the sake of the ultimate treasure, he decided to destroy the great thousand world, and for that, he paid a painful price, cast into reincarnation by a greater power, to undergo the suffering of mortal spirits. Listening to this, Bai Xing's thoughts churned dramatically. He couldn't help but ask, so, you know who the celestial spirit god reincarnated into? Can you have him help me? In his eyes, the 9 heavens of the immortal path was the pinnacle of immortal cultivation. The great demon who had reached the 8th heaven was already unparalleled, so surely the celestial spirit god must be of the 9th heaven cultivation level. Why would Guan bring up the celestial spirit god for no reason? He must have a way to find the celestial spirit god. Faced with Bai Xing's eager gaze, Guan replied, I do indeed know where he is, and if he takes action, he will surely be able to deal with that demon emperor, but what? But celestial gods are only bound by the heavenly Tao, no one knows what he thinks, reviving him might bring catastrophe to the entire world. Hearing this, Bai Xing fell silent. He felt that Su Jin was most important, but to gamble the freedom of all living beings on Su Jin's freedom was far too selfish. Sarch * the novel, F. Iyer. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. He admitted he was no great philanthropist. He could be selfish, but he could not hurt innocent people. Shenzhen watched Bai Xing caught in his dilemma, finding it amusing, wondering whether Bai Xing's feelings for Su Jin would change after he had restored the will of the celestial spirit god. Bai Xing gritted his teeth and asked, Is there no other way? The lives of all living beings, including me, including Su Jin, and including all of you, if saving them requires such a cost, it's meaningless. Guan said with profound meaning, Of course there is, and that is for you to convince the celestial spirit god to change his views, to become the god that all living beings want. How could I possibly do that? Bai Xing asked with a frown. Upon entering the immortal cultivation realm, he felt his own mediocrity. There were far too many people in this world with far greater talent than him. He had only come this far by the help of Su Jin. Could someone like him persuade a celestial god? He didn't see himself as the protagonist of a story. He looked at Guan, anxiously awaiting an answer, but Guan didn't respond, just staring at him with a smile that wasn't quite a smile, which confused him even more. Suddenly, Bai Xing had a thought, his face turned pale, and his eyes widened, his body began to tremble. Could I be the reincarnation of the celestial spirit god? Bai Xing struggled with the turmoil in his heart and asked cautiously. Guan met his gaze and said, If you become him, Su Jin will not be as important in your heart, but your will could make him help you save Su Jin. At those words, Bai Xing's face darkened. Don't worry, you still have time to choose. The long night stretches before us, why not think about this life? As Guan spoke, he raised his hand, and a plump chicken, plucked clean of feathers, appeared in his hand, and he began to roast the chicken. Shenzhen added from the side, Sprinkle on more cumin. This was the first complete sentence she had said in front of Bai Xing. Bai Xing looked at the plump chicken in Guan's hands, his thoughts drifting off to a time long ago. Deep within a tranquil palace, Su Jin sat in front of a large bronze mirror, looking at her own beautiful reflection with hollow eyes. She began to feel weary. In pursuit of Bai Xing, it took her 10,000 years, helping Bai Xing with his immortal cultivation, it took her another 10,000 years. Alas, there were always endless troubles in the world, standing in their way. She even wondered, would Bai Xing have lived a better life without her? She had come to understand that in life, suffering is inevitable, no one is forever happy and content. Instead of being perpetually dissatisfied, it's better to think about the times once had. Su Jin began to reminisce about the moments she and Bai Xing carefreely spent in the human world, her face revealing a sweet smile. Just then, a graceful figure emerged from the darkness behind her, a female demon in a purple dress, with a slender figure and delicate features. Tiny purple scales adorned her cheeks. She approached Su Jin from behind and bowed gently. "My lady, it's said that the Demon Emperor has invited the Demon Emperor from the human world as a guest. This grand marriage is no small matter. It will be a moment for the Demon Emperor to demonstrate his influence to the entire demon race, and your fame will spread throughout the world." The purple-dressed female demon spoke softly, her voice filled with admiration and longing. Su Jin replied calmly, "It seems the Emperor has even bigger ambitions. Yes, there are countless demon emperors and demon kings in this world. The human race has the Dao court to unite all, but the demon race doesn't have an absolute ruler yet. The Emperor wants to become such an existence," continued the purple-dressed female. Su Jin remained silent, listening to her talk about the affairs of the demon race. She felt a pang of emotion inside. Indeed. The world was so vast, to have managed so many years of joy with Bai Sheng was already extraordinary. How many loving couples could stay together for so long? She knew Bai Sheng would come to rescue her again, but he wouldn't be able to take her away. The only way to save him was to let go of their love. Su Jin's gaze gradually became cold. She was burying her love deep within her heart. "By the way, my lady, a celestial has recently appeared in the city. He claims to be a servant of the heavenly Tao, serving the true celestial gods. He says an celestial god will be born within our demon city. The Emperor values him highly, allowing him to wander the city freely." "It's hard to tell if it's true or false," pondered the purple-dressed demon, chin in hand. Su Jin became interested and asked, "A celestial? What's his name?" "He calls himself the Daoist Celestial." "Daoist Celestial? Sounds quite rebellious." "My lady, be careful not to speak carelessly, in case he hears you." It was a sunny day, no wind, no rain. Guan, Shenzhen, and Bai Sheng stepped through the gates of the demon city, awestruck by the magnificent streets ahead of them. Shenzhen was utterly captivated. "I never imagined the land of the demon race could be so thriving, and there are also many cultivators coming and going," mused Shenzhen. The demons here were great demons capable of transformation. At first glance, the city seemed like one of the human race, but a closer look revealed many still had characteristics of their original demon forms. The city was vast and limitless, with mountains and uneven terrain within, the streets noisy with clamor, and the skies crowded with various mounts and magical treasures flying past, dazzling onlookers. Bai Sheng had also come to this demon city for the first time. Just witnessing its prosperity made him feel immense pressure. Not to mention cultivation level, the fact that the Demon Emperor could create such a city was beyond comparison with him. At least the opponent could bring prosperity to a region, but what about him? Apart from the cheap love he felt for Su Jin, what meaning did his existence hold in this world? Guan looked at Bai Sheng and smiled. "Whenever you're ready, you can start." Bai Sheng took a deep breath and said, "I want to look around a bit more before making a decision." "Let's do it together. There's also someone in the city I'd like to meet," Guan said with a soft laugh, a playful glint in his eyes. He never expected that guy was still alive. Source: Webn0vel. Com, updated on Nav 0. Co. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 595 I really thought you were him. HTML. Guan discovered traces of Wu Dao Xian in this demon city. Wu Dao Xian was the master of the Black Profound Emperor, and he incited the Black Profound Emperor to slay his reincarnation body. He, like the Black Profound Emperor, had died at the hands of the celestial spirit god, yet he had not truly fallen. Wu Dao Xian tutored the Black Profound Emperor in the Daoist unique venerate skill. This cultivation technique was extremely exquisite, and Guan had imparted it to Jianghu and Xingtian. With this skill, they were able to strive towards the golden immortal Dao fruit. It was worth mentioning that Zhu Shi also learned the Daoist unique venerate skill from the immortal seeker, suggesting that there was some connection between the immortal seeker and Wu Dao Xian. Of course, there was also the possibility that this cultivation technique was related to the celestial court. Currently, Zhu Shi was roaming other great thousand worlds, the immortal seeker was nowhere to be seen, and yet Wu Dao Xian surfaced first. He could feel that this Wu Dao Xian was not the true self. His true self was hidden within a secret space on the path of the Great Tao. The specifics of the location could only be explored after contacting his avatar. Wu Dao Xian proclaimed that an immortal god would be born here, which piqued Gu An's interest in him even further. Could it be that he anticipated the revival of the celestial spirit god here? If that were the case, it would certainly be intriguing. Guan was not afraid of Wu Dao Xian causing trouble. Wu Dao Xian was not tolerated by the celestial court and had to hide everywhere, so it was unlikely he would collude with the celestial court. As for what sort of backing Wu Dao Xian had, Guan was also quite interested. Bai Xing did not mind Gu An's proposal. He walked ahead first, indifferent to the person Guan wanted to meet, as his mind was solely on Su Jin. Shenzhen and Guan followed behind him. Shenzhen used the sound transmission technique to ask, "He's so absent-minded, could he be willing to give up Su Jin?" "Well, know the answer today." Guan replied using the sound transmission technique. He looked at Bai Xing's back and felt deeply moved. It wasn't Bai Xing and Su Jin's relationship that moved him, but his brotherhood with Bai Xing. He somewhat missed the days of exploring mountains and waters and drinking joyously with Bai Xing. Bai Xing did not know he was the supporting Dao sword venerable, treated him with less reverence, and had no ulterior motives. They had a sense of kindred spirits. Sadly, times change, and Bai Xing had lost his carefree nature and had long forgotten him. Over 30,000 years had passed, now the only one he could chat freely with was Shenzhen. Perhaps the loss of such companionship was the price of power. As Guan was sighing over the changes brought by time, the demon city grew increasingly lively. A strong wind swept through, startling the demons and cultivators on the streets as they looked up, only to see a large fish with black wings flying over the city walls and heading towards the distance. Its wingspan spanned thousands of feet, blocking out the sky and plunging the street where Guan and his companions stood into darkness. Bai Xing, having seen much, was not surprised. But if he knew that there was a pavilion on the fish's back, with someone inside not weaker than the demon emperor, he would surely be shocked. The demon emperor of this city was named the Great Liang Demon Emperor. Although he was a divine thought true immortal in cultivation, he possessed clues to a heaven and earth ultimate treasure, which was why all the great powers came to celebrate. Heaven and earth ultimate treasure was the immortal cultivation realm's term for the most powerful magical treasures. These treasures were rich with destiny, even capable of creating a world, harboring the power of heaven and earth. These heaven and earth ultimate treasures also originated from the battle court. Those who crafted them were all golden immortals, thus they contained world power. Guan did not harbor ill feelings towards the Great Liang Demon Emperor. Although this guy kidnapped Su Jin, he treated her politely and promised to only win her heart before taking her. The reason for holding the grand wedding in advance was because that heaven and earth ultimate treasure was about to be born. It was worth noting that people from the Dao court also came to congratulate the Great Liang Demon Emperor. Different realms had different circles. The Great Liang Demon Emperor could at most invite those in the Zizai immortal realm. Such beings were rare great powers in the world and were considered ancient myths to mortal spirits. Bai Xing, though wandering aimlessly, was being subtly guided towards Wu Dao Xian under the influence of Gu An's Dao intent. As time went by, more and more powerful beings arrived, with steeds even grander than the previous black-winged fish, bringing glory to the city's demons. They did not know just how strong those powers were, they only felt the commanding presence of the Great Liang Demon Emperor. An hour quickly passed. Unknowingly, Bai Xing arrived in front of a giant stele, located at a crossroads on the street, towering 100 feet high and surrounded by hundreds of beings. Wu Dao Xian was also here. In this lifetime, Wu Dao Xian wore a blue Daoist robe, his hair completely white, and held a horsetail whisk in his hand, exuding an immortal-like aura. He held the whisk in one hand and stroked his beard with the other, seemingly deep in thought. Guan walked directly towards him, brushing past Bai Xing. Following close behind, Shenzhen's steps made Bai Xing subconsciously follow suit. This stele seems to contain some profound meaning. Guan approached Wu Dao Xian and spoke softly. Wu Dao Xian glanced at him, initially dismissive, but upon seeing him, Wu Daoxian's expression suddenly changed. Sar the Oval Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Wu Daoxian scrutinized Guan, asking, "What? Did you see something?" To him, Guan appeared to be merely a celestial and earthly immortal, but Guan's features seemed familiar. Why did he resemble that rebellious disciple of mine from before? Guan looked at Shenzhen and asked with a smile, "Did you see anything?" Upon hearing the question, Shenzhen began to seriously examine the 100-foot-tall stele in front. Wu Daoxian kept his gaze on Guan, his eyes sharp, seemingly wanting to see through him. Bai Xing stood at the back, inspecting Wu Daoxian. He had seen many Daoists like Wu Daoxian before, but he could feel that Wu Daoxian had a certain hostility towards Guan. "I see a giant red tortoise. This stele is a piece of its shell." Shenzhen suddenly spoke, causing Wu Daoxian to shift his gaze to her, eyes filled with surprise. This woman can actually see through it? Shenzhen continued to observe intently. She frowned and said, "The red tortoise is still alive, seeking to find this fragment of its shell." Wu Daoxian became interested in her and asked with a smile, "This young lady is remarkable, seeing the cause and effect from outer heaven. May I ask whose tutelage you are under?" Shenzhen snapped back to reality and did not answer Wu Daoxian. Instead, she looked towards Guan, giving an answer with her eyes. Wu Daoxian turned his attention back to Guan and sighed, "Young brother, you bear a strong resemblance to a certain disciple of mine. Were it not for seeing with my own eyes his soul scattered, I might have thought you were him." His eyes showed a trace of nostalgia, as if reminiscing about that disciple. Bai Sheng, hearing this, breathed a silent sigh of relief. It didn't sound like a vendetta. Although unsure of how strong Guan was, he sensed that Wu Daoxian's Dao practice was unfathomable. Such a man was not to be provoked. Guan nodded and said, "You also resemble a master of mine. Were it not for seeing with my own eyes his beheading, I might have thought you were him." With these words, Wu Daoxian's pupils shrank suddenly. Almost instantly, he lifted his right hand. Shenzhen and Bai Sheng were unable to react in time. However, Guan's movement was quicker. Slap! Guan's right hand landed on Wu Daoxian's shoulder, and with this pat, his mana dissipated instantly, his eyes widening. Source: Webn0vel. Com, updated on Nav 0. Co. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 596. Innate Immortal Gods. Guan stared at Wu Dao Immortal, his eyes full of shock and anger. Because it wasn't his real body, he didn't despair. He stared intently at Guan and said in a deep voice, "I didn't expect you to still be alive." Guan pressed on him, saying, "I didn't expect you to be alive either." Shenzhen and Bai Xing sensed something was wrong and became vigilant. Wu Dao Immortal asked coldly, "Did you come specifically to find me, or for him?" Guan smiled and said, "He has already arrived, right before your eyes." Hearing this, Wu Dao Immortal was stunned for a moment and subconsciously looked toward Shenzhen. Could it be that Shenzhen, with such low cultivation level, was a reincarnation of the celestial spirit god? Although Shenzhen was female, Wu Dao Immortal, who had seen and known much, found the notion of a man reincarnating as a woman not strange at all. Guan shook his head and turned to glance at Bai Sheng, saying, "The god who slew me back then is him." Wu Dao Immortal couldn't help but look towards Bai Sheng, his eyebrows tightly furrowed. In his eyes, Bai Sheng seemed so mediocre. Bai Sheng was also stunned. He subconsciously looked at Guan. Had Guan died at his hands in a previous life? Wasn't that a deep grudge and great hatred? In such circumstances, why would Guan want to help him? Shenzhen had not expected Guan to have such a past either, and inwardly sighed that indeed, behind invincibility was a difficult path. Wu Dao Immortal fell into silence, more concerned with what Guan wanted to do than the reincarnation of the celestial spirit god. This body was still too weak, unable to resist this young man's suppression. Wu Dao Immortal was annoyed, thinking of many years of grievances, his anger uncontrollably rising. Once, He had placed great expectations on the Black Profound Emperor, but unfortunately, the Black Profound Emperor resisted him and even caused him to be executed by the celestial spirit god, and his real Buddhist injuries hadn't fully recovered to this day. Guan saw through what he was thinking and said, "Let's watch a good show together next." As his words fell, Guan withdrew his hand, but Wu Dao Immortal felt his chi power being sealed within his body. He was now like a mortal, utterly powerless. Wu Dao Immortal knew he couldn't escape, so he didn't act rashly. He turned his gaze to Bai Sheng and said, "The immortal god I'm looking for is not him." Guan asked, "Are there other immortal gods in this realm?" He hadn't detected the traces of other immortal gods, but he didn't doubt Wu Dao Immortal's words. Instead, it piqued his curiosity. Even though there were no traces of immortal gods, the legacies of immortal gods were there. LV Xian held an immortal god's legacy, and before the reshaping of heaven and earth, followers of immortal gods wandered the human world, promoting the name of the heavenly Tao. These signs proved that an immortal god could appear at any time. Yes, this god is not an ascended god but an innate immortal god, born from the celestial Tao destiny, Wu Dao Immortal replied, not minding sharing this information with Guan despite being sealed by him. Though they had deadly enmities, both stood against the celestial court. Guan thought of Fairy Yao Xian and suddenly guessed something, directing his gaze toward Su Jin. Indeed. Su Jin was pregnant, deliberately hiding and sealing the fetus, stopping its development, undetected even by the great Liang Demon Emperor. CTH Nell Fire. Enter website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Bai Sheng had reincarnated many times and fathered children but had never begotten an innate immortal god. Why could he this time? Guan carefully observed, the child in Su Jin's womb had no trace of celestial Tao destiny. Could it transform later? Guan pondered as his gaze shifted towards the 100 stele ahead. He began to chat idly with Wu Dao Xian, discussing the heavens and earth and the origins of the stele. Bai Sheng noticed that those around them showed no reaction as if they hadn't heard the conversation about the immortal gods. He realized he had embroiled himself in great trouble, yet he was prepared to face death if only it could save Su Jin. Past lives, destinies, he didn't believe in any of it. He was him, he was not a god, and should he become one, the godhead turned into would surely not be ruled by his current will. Whatever being you are, your resurrection was caused by my sacrifice, and you must help me save her, just save her, without harming anyone else. Bai Sheng silently recited this to himself, as though he were conversing with his own soul. Time continued to advance, and the hour of the great wedding grew ever nearer. In the heart of Demon City, a sumptuous feast had already begun. The great Liang Demon Emperor was making small talk with various guests, female demons danced and sang, and various spirit fruits and spiritual wine were presented, making everything appear luxuriously lively. Although Bai Sheng couldn't see the details of the grand wedding, listening to conversations of passers-by made him increasingly anxious. Within Demon City, his divine sense met obstacles everywhere, forcing him into wild speculations. He frequently glanced at Guan, who was steadily chatting with Wu Dao Xian, oblivious to the matter of him becoming the celestial spirit god. This only heightened his unease and anxiety. Today is the great wedding day of the great Liang Demon Emperor and his beloved Su Jin. I thank all who have come to support this event. To make your journey worthwhile, I will present a heaven and earth ultimate treasure for all to experience the true meaning of the great Tao. Whether high or low in cultivation level, all may find a connection with the Tao. The voice of the great Liang Demon Emperor suddenly boomed through the city, interrupting the conversation between Guan and Wu Dao Xian. Bai Sheng immediately became desperate, unable to resist speaking out, "Brother Gu, aren't we starting yet?" Guan turned to look at him, asking, "Have you thought it through?" Bai Sheng took a deep breath and said, "I've thought it through, let me become him. Become the celestial spirit god." Hearing the voice of the great Liang Demon Emperor had driven him to lose all reason, with his only thought being to save Su Jin. Wu Dao Xian also glanced at Bai Sheng, a sneer appearing in his eyes. Could the all-powerful, invincible celestial spirit god really be trapped by love? His gaze shifted back to Guan, thinking this youngster was definitely up to no good, playing such tricks on a celestial god. Hearing Bai Xing's words, a change came over Gu An's eyes, and Bai Xing, meeting his gaze, felt the world spinning around him. At the same time, in central Demon City, on 1,000 steps, Su Jin stood next to the great Liang Demon Emperor under a red bridal veil, conducting herself with grace. The great Liang Demon Emperor, clad in a dragon-embroidered black robe and towering in stature with 2 horns amid his blood-red hair, merely standing there emitted an unrivaled aura. The great Liang Demon Emperor surveyed the expansive square below, where high platforms surrounded the perimeter, each occupied by beings whose cultivation level was no less than his. He was quite pleased with his pulling power. After today's grand event, his fame would spread across the whole world. He first aimed to make all demons across the world recognize his name, which would then pave the way for unifying the entire demon race. The news of the heaven and earth ultimate treasure stirred an uproar among the high platforms. Many demons and cultivators hadn't expected the great Liang Demon Emperor to unveil such a treasure directly. The great Liang Demon Emperor relished their discussions. Just as he was about to speak, a terrifying aura suddenly exploded from afar, surging to the skies. Boom! The entire demon city shook violently, causing the expressions of great demons and great cultivators to change as they all turned in the same direction. The smile on the great Liang Demon Emperor's face froze, his brows furrowing, a chill appearing in his eyes. Someone dared to challenge his authority? Truly seeking death. Source: Webn 0 Vel. Com, updated on Nav 0. Co. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 597, Go Meet God at the 100-Yard Steel. Hundreds of cultivators and demons looked towards Bai Xing in shock. Bai Xing's body burst forth with dazzling white light, his chi force like flames, his robes fluttering intensely, the light masking his features, making him appear quite divine and full of oppressiveness. Shenzhen's cheeks fluttered with her hair, her eyes widened, looking at Bai Xing in surprise. Although she had known before coming that Bai Xing would transform into a celestial spirit god, actually witnessing this scene still surprised her. She could feel Bai Xing's soul transforming, a power that made her Dao heart tremble surged forth, unstoppable. Such a powerful presence was truly worthy of a celestial god. Shenzhen couldn't help but glance at Guan. She secretly wondered, just how powerful was Guan, who could have thrust such a formidable figure into reincarnation. Fellow Daoist Wu Dao was also surprised. He could tell that the celestial spirit god hadn't entered reincarnation willingly. Thinking back to 20,000 years ago, when the Great Thousand World underwent reconstruction, the celestial spirit god disappeared. Could it have been the Black Profound Emperor's doing? He looked towards Guan, filled with confusion. How exactly did this boy manage it? Bai Xing, who was recovering his cultivation level, slowly floated upwards, attracting more and more beings to gaze at him. Figures appeared atop the buildings in all directions. Those were demon soldiers of the great Liang Demon Emperor, none with small cultivation levels, but upon seeing Bai Xing, each showed a face full of fear. As Bai Xing's aura grew stronger, powerful figures continuously appeared in the sky. On the steps above, Su Jin couldn't help but lift her veil, her makeup exquisite, as beautiful as an immortal in a painting, her eyebrows furrowed. For some reason, this momentum felt vaguely familiar to her. She tried to remember, but couldn't recall where and when she had felt such an aura before. My beloved, don't panic, I will return momentarily, said the great Liang Demon Emperor in a low voice, though his face didn't appear as calm as he felt inside, because that mysterious aura was rising too quickly, so much so that he couldn't remain seated. Just after speaking, he vanished from the spot. Su Jin still looked towards the sky where the aura soared, her pupils suddenly widening. She seemed to think of something. Boom! A gust of fierce wind came howling, making Su Jin's dress flutter violently. Time seemed to freeze. She instinctively glanced over, and saw a figure glowing with intense light standing next to her. In this figure's hand, held a demon. The great Liang Demon Emperor. The great Liang Demon Emperor was held by the throat by the glowing figure's right hand, lifted into the air, unable to break free, his face showing pain and anger. Su Jin's heart churned wildly, too late to think. The great Liang Demon Emperor had just flown out and was captured, even after living more than 20,000 years, she was stunned at that moment. Outrageous. A roaring shout shook heaven and earth. A great power cultivator from the Zizai immortal realm appeared next to the great Liang demon emperor, wanting to rescue him. Accompanied by a deafening explosion, this great power cultivator was knocked back away, smashing through a palace and further buildings, disappearing into the distance. The glow on Su Jin's face faded. She gradually saw the true face of the person next to her, and she couldn't help but widen her eyes. This person was Bai Sheng. Bai Sheng looked no different from before, only his hair was disheveled and fluttering in the wind. His expression was so indifferent, his gaze towards the great Liang demon emperor, as if looking at a dead man. "You, how is this possible?" The great Liang demon emperor spoke with a trembling voice, his tone filled with shock. He naturally recognized Bai Sheng. When Su Jin had pleaded for Bai Sheng before, Bai Sheng seemed no different than an insect in his eyes. Had it only been so long? Sarch * the novel _fire. @ website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Bai Sheng had actually rendered him unable to resist. He even felt that if Bai Sheng exerted force, he would shatter. He had never felt such a terrifying sensation before. His heart was extremely fearful. Su Jin gazed at the indifferent Bai Sheng, murmuring to herself. At this moment, Bai Sheng was no longer Bai Sheng, but the celestial spirit god. The celestial spirit god glanced at her, furrowing his brow, the coldness in his eyes making Su Jin's heart ache deeply. More and more mighty figures appeared around. They were not aligned with the great Liang demon emperor, but were there for the heaven and earth ultimate treasure. Who might you be? The heaven and earth ultimate treasure has not yet appeared, so why are you fellow Daoists in such a rush to act? Who is this person? I have never seen him before. Such aura has already surpassed the 9 heavens of the immortal path, and it is still rising. I feel like he is not here for the heaven and earth ultimate treasure. It's like he has just awakened from reincarnation tribulation. As each powerful being took out their magical treasures, the entire demon city trembled non-stop, with stones even flying around, and dark clouds gradually gathering in the sky, darkening the demon city. The celestial spirit god ignored the discussions around him, slightly tilting his head and looking towards the distance with the corner of his eye. He had already spotted Guan and Wu Dao immortal. He knew he couldn't escape, still being under control. He didn't feel the urge to seek revenge on Guan. He was savoring the experiences of this lifetime. In fact, he was still Bai Sheng, feeling as though he had personally lived this life, just that his mindset had reverted to that of the celestial spirit god, a subtle feeling, yet not discordant at all. Su Jin mustered up her courage and asked again, "What exactly?" "I have already awakened the primordial will. What you faced before was me in the midst of reincarnation. He sacrificed himself hoping I would act to save you." The celestial spirit god cut off her words, saying indifferently with no emotional fluctuation in his voice. After listening, Su Jin's beautiful eyes widened, her mind thrown into disarray. The great Liang demon emperor felt even more terrified after hearing this, as he was well aware of the concept of reincarnation, sinking his heart into despair. With his enmity with Bai Sheng, he feared that the other party wouldn't let him go. The great Liang demon emperor closed his eyes, bracing himself for death. Just then, he suddenly felt the grip on his neck release. He instinctively opened his eyes, meeting the indifferent gaze of the celestial spirit god, causing him to tremble. He didn't dare turn and run, for he had already felt the vast difference in cultivation level between them. "For eternity, you shall not come across her again, otherwise, you will never transcend this cycle. No existence in this world can help you." The voice of the celestial spirit god reached the ears of the great Liang demon emperor, turning his face pale. As the celestial spirit god turned to look at Su Jin, the great Liang demon emperor was so frightened that he immediately fled. As he fled, the celestial gods watching from the sky also began to waver and eventually chased after him. They hadn't forgotten the purpose of their trip. It was the heaven and earth ultimate treasure that they sought. As the sky filled with great power cultivators and demons departing, a strong wind stirred, blowing through the garments of Su Jin and the celestial spirit god. The celestial spirit god slowly lifted his chin, looking down on Su Jin, and said, "Stop looking at me with those eyes. You are merely a trial I encountered in my reincarnations. You shouldn't chase after me. Perhaps you aren't even aware that you're being manipulated like a pawn, and any connection between us is false." Su Jin's eyes filled with tears. She gritted her teeth and asked, "Even the feelings we had when we were in love, were those false too?" The celestial spirit god frowned. "In face of the great Tao, all emotions are false, now scram." He turned away, looking in the direction where Guan was. Su Jin wanted to say more, but the celestial spirit god slapped her abdomen with the back of his hand, sending her flying towards the horizon, quickly disappearing from sight. The entire demon city had descended into chaos. Countless demons took to the skies to see what exactly had happened. Many also fled in panic. Guan, Shenzhen, and Wu Dao immortals saw the figures around them swiftly dispersing. "Let's go, it's time to see the god," Guan said softly with a smile, then stepped towards the sky, Shenzhen and Wu Dao immortal following behind. Wu Dao immortal found himself unable to move, only capable of following Guan flying towards the celestial spirit god. From a distance, as his gaze landed on the celestial spirit god, his face turned unnatural, his head involuntarily twitching. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 598 Celestial Court and Mortal Spirit Guan brought Shenzhen and the immortal who defied Tao, and soon they arrived at the wedding banquet plaza of the great Liang Demon Emperor. At that moment, the square was a mess, with colorful cloths still fluttering in the air. The celestial spirit god stood atop the steps, looking down indifferently at the three persons below. Shenzhen looked at him with a secretly shocked heart. Is this a celestial god? Although there were no changes in facial features or figure, the aura exuded was utterly different. Even with her current cultivation level, facing the celestial spirit god, Shenzhen couldn't help but feel a sense of reverence. This was the sentiment a mortal spirit felt when facing immortal gods. It was hard to imagine such beings would fall into the realm of reincarnation. Facing the gaze of the celestial spirit god, the immortal who defied Tao trembled even more violently, not daring to meet the gaze of the celestial spirit god. So it is. I have seen you before. I felt then that those guys were not their true selves. The voice of the celestial spirit god descended from above, lofty and filled with authority. Guan looked at him and asked, "Have these experiences of reincarnation made you feel anything?" The celestial spirit god's expression remained unchanged as he said, "I know what you want to do, hoping I understand the experience of mortal spirits, to feel pity for them. Do you think I have never had such experiences?" Although Guan had searched the memory of the celestial spirit god, everything about the celestial court was blank, so his understanding of the celestial spirit god was not complete. Before becoming a celestial god, we must all go through the ordeal of reincarnation. The celestial court doesn't make us pity mortal spirits, instead, it makes us clearly understand the difference between immortals and mortals. You help those mortal spirits, and they will indeed appreciate you. But the moment you stop helping, even if you do nothing at all, mortal spirits will hate you, believing their misfortunes are all you're doing. The tone of the celestial spirit god grew colder, even revealing his disdain for mortal spirits. Immortal gods created the heavens and the earth to achieve enlightenment, yet the world nurtured all living beings. The immortal gods did not abandon all living beings. Instead, they created the heavenly Tao so that all living beings could live better lives. Immortal gods even imparted the method of cultivating immortality to all living beings in the all heavens and myriad realms. Yet what they received in return was rebellion after rebellion. Sia the Nelfer. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The words of the celestial spirit god shook Shenzhen. She didn't question it because all cultivators had such ambitions. It's just that she had never considered these issues from the perspective of immortal gods. The celestial spirit god gazed at Guan and said, "Do you think what you're doing is for justice, or to cover up your compassion for your own kind? If you became an immortal god, would you still act the same?" Guan responded, "There are indeed many things in this world that are hard to judge as right or wrong. But if you say the immortal gods created everything, that may not be so. Did you create the great Tao? Was it your choice for the world to foster all living beings? You are just walking ahead, blocking those behind you from reaching the heights you've attained, then claim it's because we don't try hard enough, that we are ungrateful. You can say that, but if that's really what you think, then it's truly pitiable. Shenzhen looked at Guan, her eyes filled with admiration. This was what she admired about Guan, he was never confused. The immortal who defied Dao also looked at Guan, hearing his disdain for the celestial court. This lad who has never ascended to immortality, yet he disdains the immortal. Even though the immortal who defied Dao had abandoned the celestial court, he revered the celestial Dao immortal position and still aspired to ascend to immortality. The celestial spirit god, upon hearing Gu An's words, didn't get angry, but from his narrowed eyes, it was evident he felt agitated. You think by not killing me, you can delay the celestial court's attention on the celestial spirit great world. You're wrong. In fact, it's not I who insist on destroying the celestial spirit great world, but this world must perish. That is the celestial order from the celestial court. Although I am interested in that treasure, I can't deny that I extended the lifespan of this great world. The celestial spirit god spoke slowly, his gaze never leaving Gu, and Gu An's lips curled into a smile and said, I indeed fear the celestial court, but you can't deny that I let you live. With our positions, you should have been annihilated or forever suffer the sorrows of reincarnation. But now I have given you the opportunity to speak with me. I have even let you create innate immortal gods. The pupils of the celestial spirit god suddenly dilated, as he hadn't expected that his secret maneuvering was seen by Guan. How high was this man's Dao practice? Guan looked at him and asked, I wonder if an immortal god can create innate immortal gods privately. The face of the celestial spirit god turned ugly. Indeed. Guan was merely probing. He had previously wondered, if the celestial spirit god could give birth to innate immortal gods, why hadn't he created an army of immortal gods? Clearly, the celestial court didn't allow such behavior. To become an immortal god of the celestial court, while one could achieve longevity and immortality, one would also lose a lot, especially freedom. You turned your children into immortal gods, probably not to take revenge on me but to evade the reckoning of the celestial court. Guan continued, and the immortal who defied Dao beside him opened his mouth, intending to remind Guan, but seeing him so confident, he could only hold back his palpitations. In fact, the entire demon city was already enveloped by Gu An's Dao intent. There was no fear of leaking anything. Celestial spirit god's eyes flashed with a strange light as he took a deep breath and said, Speak, what do you wish me to do? Guan looked at him and said, I don't ask for much. I don't want to be involved in disputes, and I don't want the celestial court to disturb the celestial spirit great world. Celestial spirit god fell silent for a moment before replying, A star monarch will come to investigate soon. If the emergence of this great world is beneficial to the celestial court, they will leave this world alone. What sort of beneficial things? To spread the celestial Dao destiny, to revere the celestial court, to make all living beings believe in the heavenly Dao. Celestial spirit god's response sparked Gu An's curiosity. Could it be that the celestial court did not intend to conceal its traces, but rather the rulers of all worlds did not wish for all living beings to know of the celestial court's existence? Guan looked at him and said, All this requires you to be alive, right? Celestial spirit god fell silent. Guan revealed a smile and said, How about we collaborate instead? I'll personally teach your son in the future, and you can deal with that star monarch for me. Celestial spirit god gave him a deep look and did not object. Then, celestial spirit god soared into the sky, flying towards outer heaven, and Guan did not stop him. Shenzhen couldn't help but ask, Do you trust him? Guan turned his head to look at her, smiled, and said, It would be a pity if such a person were to die, wouldn't it? He never did things without certainty. The marks of the Guiyuan divine Dao and the Dao destruction destiny seal remained within celestial spirit god's body. Should celestial spirit god dare to act rashly, he could stop him at once. The Dao-less immortal had been silent all along. It wasn't until celestial spirit god left the celestial spirit great world that he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed a pity. I've never heard of any immortal gods causing chaos before. This could mean he's not that kind of lowly god. By the way, who is his son? In that demon woman's belly? Shenzhen asked curiously. Guan nodded, then turned his gaze to the Daoist immortal. His gaze once again made the Daoist immortal tense up. What do you want to do? The Daoist immortal asked in a deep voice. Guan asked with a smile, Teacher, do you want to live, or do you want to die? The Daoist immortal cursed inwardly but spoke the truth aloud. Who would want to die? The task of spreading the heavenly Tao and the celestial court will be given to you. You should be quite skilled at it. If you succeed, it'll allow you to hide in this world in the future. We won't interfere with each other, Guan said softly. The Daoist immortal carefully asked, Really? Really? With that, Guan turned and left, carrying Shenzhen with him into the distance. The Daoist immortal looked in the direction they left, feeling relieved, his eyes turned chilly. Elsewhere. Guan took Shenzhen to a distant forest. He began, Wait here for me. Su Jin will come to this place. I have matters to attend to. Without waiting for Shenzhen to speak, Guan disappeared from the spot. Shenzhen was taken aback for a moment, then shook her head with a smile. She leapt up, sitting cross-legged on a tree branch, and began to recall celestial spirit god's figure. In a dark cave, green candlelight flickered on the walls. The Daoist immortal opened his eyes, his brows furrowed, and he muttered to himself, How is he still alive? He was the true body, located on the path of the great Tao, unbelievably distant from the celestial spirit great world, but he could maintain contact with his avatar. Learning that the Black Profound Emperor was still alive and entangled with celestial spirit god puzzled him. Were these two really planning to stand against the celestial court together? Truly seeking death. The Daoist immortal began to ponder the arrangement Guan had for his avatar and whether he should collaborate with Guan. He did not notice an additional figure had appeared in the darkness behind him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 599, Unsettled Heart. Guan looked at the true form of the immortal without Tao before him, his expression calm. Immortal without Tao, early stage of Hengtian Golden Immortal Realm 3, 027, 800, 921, 027/5, 000, 000, 000, 000, the old guy who's lived for 30 trillion years. Guan thought expressionlessly. Previously, the reason he had brought along a clone of the immortal without Tao wasn't to catch up on old times but to investigate the karma of the immortal without Tao. Even while communicating with the celestial spirit god, Guan hadn't stopped exploring the karma of the immortal without Tao. In the end, following the trajectory of karma, he found the true form of the immortal without Tao. The gap between their cultivation levels was enormous. Even though Guan was standing right behind the immortal without Tao, he didn't want the immortal without Tao to notice him, for then the immortal without Tao wouldn't be able to detect him. This was the absolute suppression of a heaven-opening Daoist immortal over a heaven-balancing golden immortal. Guan hesitated, wondering whether or not to kill the immortal without Tao. It would take but a single thought to reduce the immortal without Tao to dust. But he felt that since the immortal without Tao had managed to escape from the celestial court and survive all these years, he must have other reliance. After so many years, the immortal without Tao had reached the heaven-balancing golden immortal realm, and must have endured many hardships. Guan guessed the immortal without Tao would be quite frustrated if he died here without a clue. As Guan pondered this, he raised his right hand. Enough, then I shall cooperate with him for a while. If I can find a place to belong, it beats living in fear here, the immortal without Tao muttered to himself, beginning to cast spells to transfer more mana to his clone so that the clone could act effectively. Sir, the novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. A complex expression appeared on his face as he lamented, why should that brat become so powerful? It's like the great Tao is blind, damn it. Guan's hand stopped, just 10 centimeters away from the immortal without Tao's shoulder. After casting the spell, the immortal without Tao closed his eyes, ready to continue his cultivation. Smack. Suddenly, a hand landed on his shoulder, startling him into snapping his eyes open. Then a voice entered his ears, chilling him to the bone, as if he had fallen into a cold cellar. Maybe you're not performing for me, but without patting you, I can't be at ease, master. Dusk was approaching. Su Jin staggered through the forest, her right hand clutching her abdomen, a pained expression on her face. Ever since being slapped by the celestial spirit god, she had felt a burning pain in her abdomen, which pained her heart even more. From that slap, she felt the celestial spirit god's disgust for her. She had searched for him painfully for 10,000 years, then accompanied him in cultivation for another 10,000 years, dedicating herself entirely to him, only to be abandoned in the end. As for the past lives and present lives the celestial spirit god spoke of, she hadn't cared at all. Awakening memories of a past life would make her become someone else? She didn't believe it. The more she thought, the sadder she became, and tears flowed uncontrollably. Her vision started to blur, she felt exhaustion and wanted to collapse and sleep soundly. Suddenly, she saw two figures ahead, which alarmed her enough to stop in her tracks. It was a dense forest, the remaining light of dusk spilled between the trees, casting a gloomy and quiet atmosphere. Su Jin's vision cleared, and she frowned as she looked ahead, a sword suddenly appearing in her hand. Miss Su Jin, long time no see. Do you remember me? Guan stood up to greet Su Jin and then tucked the Green Hero travelogue into his chest. Su Jin tightened her brow as she looked at Guan. She seemed to recall something, her eyes widened in astonishment as she asked, "Is it you? How are you still alive?" Guan smiled and said, "If you have nowhere to go, why not come with me? After you give birth to the child, you can go wherever you wish." Su Jin immediately became vigilant, staring at Guan with a defensive face and asked in a stern voice, "What do you want?" Guan's expression changed, causing Su Jin to become momentarily lost in thought. Shenzhen turned her head to look at Guan, filled with curiosity. What divine skill was this? Guan stretched lazily and said, "It's time to go back." Shenzhen nodded. She too wanted to sit down quietly and comprehend the celestial Tao immortal gods. Seasons changed, and a year quickly passed by. In the courtyard, Guan opened his eyes, and with a thought, an Exian appeared out of nowhere by his side. "Master, what is it?" An Exian asked curiously. Guan stood up and said, "Go and bring that child in, according to my previous instructions." Enzin's interest was piqued, and she disappeared on the spot. Shenzhen, who was sitting in front of the artifact refining cauldron, turned towards Guan and asked curiously, "Are you really going to adopt that child?" Guan replied, "That child is extraordinary. Having him follow Su Jin will only bring her misfortune, and besides, she should start her life anew." "Innate immortal gods, TSK, I feel like he's going to stir up a frenzy of competition within the dojo," Shenzhen teased. The qualifications of an innate immortal god must be beyond her imagination, and with Guan's guidance, his cultivation speed must be astonishing. Guan did not argue, he indeed planned to cultivate the child of the celestial spirit god properly. "Do you have some scheme with him that even I don't know about?" Guan looked at the artifact refining cauldron, contemplating silently in his mind. An hour later, an Exian returned, holding a baby in her arms. Everyone in the dojo had gathered in Guan's courtyard, as they had heard that Guan was going to take on a disciple. Everyone was curious, what kind of child could catch Guan's attention? Seeing an Exian return, the crowd immediately surrounded her. "This child is so small. How has he already achieved foundation establishment?" "Nonsense, the child must be a genius, able to perform chi absorption cultivation with each breath. Otherwise how could he catch the master's eye? He's so cute, let me hold him." "Cute, huh? In 20 years, he'll surely be a conceited fellow, and then you won't find him so cute." An Exian did not pass the baby to the others. After a brief chat with everyone, she approached Guan and handed the swaddled infant to him. Guan held the sleeping infant with a smile appearing on his face. "Such a good boy." Guan began to gently stroke the baby's cheeks, murmuring softly to himself. An Exian prompted, "Master, give him a name, why don't you?" Miss Su Jin said, "It's up to you." She had taken a liking to the baby as soon as she saw him, so she was also looking forward to the changes he would bring to the dojo in the future. Guan pondered and said, "This child is fatherless and can be said to be born of heaven. Let us give him the surname Tian, and name him Hao. He shall be called Tian Hao from now on." Tian Hao. The crowd began to mull over the name, not thinking that Guan would choose it carelessly. An Xian was stunned, muttering to herself, "How?" She held an expectation in her heart and looked forward to how Guan would respond, but unfortunately, Guan did not meet her gaze. Guan lifted little Tian Hao above his head, looked up at Tian Hao, and smiled, "From now on, you are my disciple." At the same time, in outer heaven, deep in the cosmos, below the world gate, the celestial spirit god who was shimmering with a strong light suddenly opened his eyes, flipped over his right palm, and two characters appeared in his palm. Tian Hao. "I see, no wonder I could not find it. This twist of fate is truly remarkable. Celestial spirit immortal venerable, I have lost to you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 600 Tian Hao Immortal Cultivation. The dojo had gained a new little junior brother, and for the disciples who had been diligently cultivating for years, this was an extraordinary event. Everyone went to visit Tian Hao and took turns playing with him. The one who spent the most time with Tian Hao was the ghost mother of Ephemera. Originally, she just wanted to help Guan share the burden of taking care of Tian Hao, but as she watched this little one grow up, her heart began to stir. Especially when Tian Hao, at 2 years old, called out to her as mother, she was stunned on the spot. This scene was witnessed by Guan, but he didn't stop it. The ghost mother had always been on the outskirts of the Daoist field of the beginningless, unable to blend in with the other disciples, and her actions over the years had already made Guan consider her as one of his own. Tian Hao's presence was a perfect opportunity to break down the barriers between her and the Daoist field of the beginningless. With Tian Hao's arrival, time within the Daoist field of the beginningless seemed to pass even more slowly. In the blink of an eye, Tian Hao had reached the age of 17. Without any real cultivation, Tian Hao had already achieved the Mahayana realm cultivation level. He only needed to breathe, and his cultivation would surge, much to the envy and stimulation of Lv Xian, Qin Chuan, and others. Shenzhen, on the other hand, thought it was normal. Aside from Guan, she was the only person in the dojo who knew that Tian Hao was an innate immortal god. The immortal spirits of the immortal dynasty were naturally in the nirvana realm at birth, so innate immortal gods should be even more extraordinary. She even felt that Tian Hao's growth rate was a bit slow. On this day, Tian Hao arrived at Gu An's courtyard, and before he could be seen, his voice was heard, "Master! Master! Master!" An Xian, who was meditating in front of the artifact refining cauldron, turned to look, and became momentarily lost in a daze. In the sunlight, Tian Hao wore a tight-fitting white robe, embellished with intricate gold thread, which made him appear even more dashing. He had a handsome face, with his hair tied up high, and 2 strands of hair fluttering in front like willow fluff. Looking at him, an Xian felt as if she saw an Hao, which stirred a mixture of emotions in her. Guan was lounging in a chair, taking a nap. Without opening his eyes, he asked, "What's all the fuss about? You're so loud." Tian Hao came over with excitement and said, "Master, when I woke up this morning, I discovered I have a new amazing ability." Although 17-year-old Tian Hao hadn't completely shed his childishness, his facial features had matured, and he was very handsome. Before Guan could speak, the nearby an Xian asked curiously, "What ability?" Shenzhen also glanced at Tian Hao. She was the person in the dojo who interacted with Tian Hao the least. As she seldom spoke to him, Tian Hao was a bit afraid of her from a young age, feeling she was not someone to be trifled with. Tian Hao turned around, raised his right hand, and as he focused on his palm, something gathered there under the watchful eyes of an Xian and Shenzhen. Strands of golden flames swiftly wrapped around each other, forming a fireball, and within this fireball emitted a light. At first glance, it seemed like a tiny sun. An Xian and Shenzhen's expressions changed, because they could feel that the flames Tian Hao had summoned were not ordinary. This fire never extinguishes. I've tried it. If I release it, it can float in the air and keep burning, Tianhao said with a proud smile. Although he hadn't formally started immortal cultivation, he was already aware of its existence. As for immortal cultivation, he didn't see it as all that important, because he was getting stronger every moment. Tianhao looked toward Guan, wanting to see his master's reaction, only to find that the master was still lying on the chair with his eyes closed. Master! Tianhao shouted loudly, startling the birds in the forest into flight. Guan dug in his ears, rolled over, and stood up. He looked helplessly at Tianhao, who then raised his hand as if offering a treasure, showing the small sun to his master. Is that it? Guan looked disdainful, his tone filled with contempt. Just as Tianhao was about to retort, Guan raised his hand, his palm facing the celestial vault. In almost an instant, the entire world plunged into crimson, and the temperature between heaven and earth soared. Tianhao subconsciously looked up, then his mouth fell open, his face showing an expression of disbelief. An Xian and Shenzhen looked up to see a colossal sun occupying the entire celestial vault, with no edges visible in any direction. Oppressive, awe-inspiring. It was the first time Tianhao had witnessed such a spectacular sight. He had lived for 17 years, all within the Daoist field of the beginningless, where no disciples had engaged in combat, so this was truly his first real encounter with the power of the immortal Tao. He shuffled his feet, turned around, and looked in all directions, gradually becoming excited, his body starting to tremble. The corners of Guan's mouth lifted, and with a squeeze of his right hand, the blazing sun in the sky suddenly vanished as if it had never been there, but the warmth still felt around him told Tianhao that what he had just seen was no illusion. Tianhao turned to look at Guan, suddenly exhilarated, and ran to kneel beside him, grasping Guan's arm, excitedly saying, "Master, teach me. I want to cultivate as an immortal." Having grown up, he naturally understood the difference between a master and a father. Since his master had taken him as a disciple, he would certainly teach him to cultivate. Go to the Jianghu sect for immortal cultivation. Guan raised his hand to touch Tianhao's head, speaking with a soft smile. The Jianghu sect? Tianhao showed a look of confusion. Guan looked toward an Xian. Coming back to her senses, she asked, "Now?" As soon as he asks, we should send him. It's just right to let her meet him and dispel the regrets in her heart, said Guan, then vanished into thin air. Tianhao stood there, stunned, then got up and looked toward an Xian. An Xian calmed her emotions, her face returning to its usual dignity, and she walked toward the courtyard gate. Tianhao looked at Shenzhen, intending to greet him, but seeing Shenzhen's indifferent gaze, he quickly turned his head away and then quickened his pace to catch up with an Xian. Universe, World Gate. The celestial spirit god, exuding endless divine light, opened his eyes, and reflected in his pupils were the figures of Tianhao and an Xian. He's finally come out. What exactly do you want to do? The celestial spirit god murmured to himself. Ever since Tianhao was taken away by an Xian, he had been unable to peek into Tianhao's specific circumstances, and it didn't take much to guess that it had to do with Guan. He had originally thought that Guan would hide Tianhao away, but he didn't expect Guan to let Tianhao out. Watching the way Tianhao questioned an Xian, a sense of feeling emerged in his heart that he couldn't quite define or articulate. In truth, he didn't really care about Tianhao. The reason he helped Tianhao become an innate immortal god was to give Su Jin a chance at life. Now it seemed that Guan wouldn't harm Su Jin, but his creation of an innate immortal god might instead sow the seeds of some disaster. He had gone through countless reincarnations, and the ones Guan had led him through were only a small part of it. He had experienced various relationships, had kinship, and his heart had long been calm. He looked down on Tianhao coldly, with not a trace of pity in his heart. He just wanted to see what heights his created innate immortal gods would achieve. Silence reigned in the universe, and he just stared motionlessly at Tianhao. Time passed, the length unknown. The celestial spirit god seemed to sense something, and he raised his left hand, from which a golden token flew out, and a voice from within said, "Celestial spirit god, I didn't expect you to slack off either. I will be arriving soon." Get ready, at least don't let me see any trouble. Sir, the novel, F. Iyer. Enter website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 601, A Great Opportunity. In the early morning, a dense fog enveloped the land, and mountain peaks emerged like the tips of swords, resembling an ethereal immortal realm of the human world. Atop one of the mountains, there lay a courtyard filled with flora, and a slender-limbed white dog sprawled on the ground, deep in slumber. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Li Xuanyu, dressed in a white robe, stepped out. The sunlight swept over the distant peaks and fell upon her. She raised her right hand, and a petal drifted into her palm. She looked down at it, her gaze cold. A female disciple soared on her flying sword across the sea of clouds, swiftly entering the courtyard. Before she even touched the ground, her flying sword swiftly shrank and flew into her sleeve. After landing, she took 2 steps forward and smiled. Master, a talent of unprecedented caliber has recently emerged from Qingkuan sect. All the branches are vying for him. Master, we should not miss this opportunity. As Dao Court's fame grew, Qingkuan sect also began to emulate Dao Court, establishing different branches to nurture healthy competition and to better manage power. Li Xuanyu, now a branch leader and an elder of Qingkuan sect, had stayed on even after Tang Kai left. Ia the Novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Hearing the disciple's words, Li Xuanyu appeared indifferent and said, "There are many talents, why bother competing? This one is different, he comes from the Forbidden Lands." Brought to Qingkuan sect personally by an immortal, the disciple hurriedly explained. Forbidden Lands. Li Xuanyu's expression shifted slightly. She was well aware of the Forbidden Lands and knew that the immortal was an Xian. Why would an immortal bring his disciple into Qingkuan sect? Li Xuanyu asked. I wondered about that too, but now I understand. That disciple called Tianhao is truly extraordinary. The sect hierarch has already designated him as the next sect hierarch. The disciple was excited, her face full of admiration as she spoke of Tianhao. Curious, Li Xuanyu inquired, is he really that impressive? The disciple nodded fervently and said, it's said that upon joining the sect, he mastered the great divine power on the inheritance pillar after just one look. It's unbelievable. Li Xuanyu pondered thoughtfully. Tianhao, she hesitated, contemplating whether to try to forge more connections with Guan, yet hesitant to disturb him. She had nothing particular to ask of Guan, it was just an inexplicable desire to understand him. How had Guan come to such a distant place, and why did he possess such formidable cultivation level? What adversities had he faced? While the disciple continued to explain the benefits of accepting Tianhao into their branch, Li Xuanyu listened, but her thoughts had already drifted elsewhere. Time flies. A millennium passed in the blink of an eye. With the thunderclouds dispersed above Qingkuan sect, Guan and Li Xuanyu sat in a tavern on the second floor, drinking as they leaned against the window. Below, the street was filled with cultivators looking up to the sky. Is Tianhao even human? To climb from the Mahayana realm to the wandering immortal realm in 1,000 years is just too exaggerated. Could he be a reincarnation of immortal gods? Very likely, given that he was personally brought into the sect by an immortal. Anyway, such a talent is beneficial to us. He could lead Qingkuan sect to a peak it has never before reached. Exactly, rather than feeling jealous, we should look forward to it. Listening to the discussions at other tables, Li Xuanyu glanced at Guan, wondering whether to ask, yet unsure if she should. Guan swirled his wine glass, laughing. When I first found him, I felt he was different from the rest, and sure enough, even I find it unbelievable. Li Xuanyu spoke softly, is that so? I don't believe in so many coincidences. From Enzin's strength, it was clear that Guan was adept at teaching disciples, so Li Xuanyu attributed all of Tianhao's talents to Guan, convinced that Guan had been guiding Tianhao in secret. She was qualified to say this. After Tianhao became her disciple, she started by teaching him with all her heart, but soon Tianhao's understanding of Daoist technique surpassed hers, as if aided by divine intervention. Thinking of this, she was filled with emotion. She could never forget the expression on Yi Qingshan's face when he handed Tianhao over to her. Not only did she acquire Tianhao, but her branch also received better treatment. In just 1,000 years, the branch she managed had reached the top 10 in the sect rankings, not only attracting more talented disciples but also receiving help from many noble families, who sent numerous great cultivators. She knew that all the treatment she now enjoyed was brought about by Guan. Why did you send him to my sect? You know I can't really teach him anything. Li Xuanyu finally asked. Guan drained his glass of wine and laughed. Whoever took him, it would have been the same, none could really teach him. This is a great heavenly opportunity. As long as he joined the Qinkuan sect, it would be the sect's opportunity. As for who should teach him, naturally, I would choose someone I trust. It's not just because of our old friendship, I also wanted to leave some good karma for senior brother Li. Hearing Guan mention Liya, Li Xuanyu felt a sense of relief and more at ease. Li Xuanyu then asked, why not visit my Dao mountain? Guan looked out the window, saying, I just like lively places like this. You're always in seclusion, don't you find it stifling? While speaking, he raised his left hand to support his face, his eyes lazy. Li Xuanyu also looked out the window, watching the people coming and going on the street. She wasn't sure if it was just her imagination, but she felt a certain mood as well. Although Guan was watching the street, his heart was actually looking towards outer heaven. The world gate was stirring. A figure was walking out amid the intense light. Celestial Spirit God, finding this great thousand world was not easy. Was it your doing, or has the Celestial Spirit Immortal Venerable not completely fallen? A laughing voice emanated from the world gate, and immediately after, a grey-robed Daoist stepped out. He had the appearance of a young child with white hair, holding a horsetail whisk in one hand and a white jade bottle in the other, his body surrounded by an aura of immortality that faintly sparkled with silver light, as if containing stars. The Celestial Spirit God stood up and turned to face the newcomer. The divine light around him dissipated, revealing his true form, still bearing the face of Bai Sheng. Greetings, deity of the moon. Though the Celestial Spirit God's tone was cold, he still bowed to the deity of the moon. The deity of the moon smiled. He approached the Celestial Spirit God and chuckled, how many years has it been? Have you still not found that treasure? The Celestial Spirit God replied, what treasure? I am not aware. The reason I haven't destroyed this world is because I see a destiny here that is favorable for the Celestial Court. The deity of the moon glanced into the depths of the universe, saying, the Celestial Tao destiny is indeed rising, and the name of the Celestial Court is spreading. However, I know what you truly desire. The Celestial Spirit God's face remained unchanged, quietly staring at the deity of the moon. After a while, the deity of the moon withdrew his gaze. He looked at the deity of the moon and said, with your talent, your cultivation level shouldn't be this low. When will you ascend? The Celestial Spirit God answered, the heavenly Tao will decide. I only need to stay at my immortal position and wait quietly for the heavenly Tao. If you don't bow your head, how can he allow the heavenly Tao to fall upon you? The deity of the moon taunted. The Celestial Spirit God fell silent once more. The deity of the moon's expression turned cold as he said, do something for me, and I will help conceal your crimes, allowing you and this great thousand world to continue to exist. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 602, Thousand-Year-Old Wandering Immortal, 100-Year-Old Ascending Immortal. Facing the gaze of the deity of the moon, the Celestial Spirit God was silent for a while before he spoke. What is it? The deity of the moon raised the white jade bottle in his hand, from which radiance escaped, rapidly spreading to form an invisible barrier. He stared back at the Celestial Spirit God and slowly uttered 4 words, spreading influence, sealing fate. The Celestial Spirit God frowned, a trace of a strange color flashing in his eyes. You can think it over. I'll take a trip to the great world. It's rare for me to come here, so I might as well have a good travel around. With those words, the deity of the moon turned and left. The Celestial Spirit God didn't stop him. He stood there, watching as the deity of the moon departed. Far away in the Jianghu sect, Guan heard their conversation. The methods of the deity of the moon could not stop Guan from spying. This deity of the moon possessed a mid-stage Tai Ching golden immortal realm cultivation level, and the celestial Tao destiny about him was extremely dense. Because of his words, Guan became even more interested in the celestial spirit god. The celestial spirit god seemed to have a stronger background than he had anticipated. Regarding the arrival of the deity of the moon in the celestial spirit great world, Guan was not worried that Tianhao would be discovered. He had already sealed Tianhao's destiny pattern, leaving only his talent and comprehension. If his destiny pattern were released, Tianhao's power would reach an incredibly exaggerated level. It would be impossible to meet an opponent within the same realm, as the whole heaven and earth would aid Tianhao. Not only was Tianhao an innate immortal god, but also the child of heaven and earth. No one in the celestial spirit great world could kill him, and even leaving this great world, he could still borrow the celestial Tao destiny. Such was his destiny pattern, born to reign above all beings. Even with his destiny pattern sealed and without the aid of heaven, earth, and the celestial Tao, Tianhao remained the being with the strongest talent and comprehension in the entire heaven and earth. Guan retracted his thoughts and began to focus on chatting with Li Xuanyu. It was rare to have an old friend near the dojo, so naturally, he wanted to have a chat with Li Xuanyu. The two drank wine and discussed the interesting affairs under heaven, enjoying themselves immensely. Li Xuanyu's Tao heart also relaxed. She couldn't help but wonder, perhaps enjoying leisure time appropriately could enhance her cultivation? Days later, a majestic Tianhao arrived in Gu An's courtyard. His figure was tall and straight, donning a binding Tao robe specially made by the Jianghu sect that could actively absorb spiritual energy. As he walked, an aura of immortality swirled around him, his sleeves fluttering in the wind, exuding a detached and elegant charm. Master, I have reached the wandering immortal realm. Do you know what 1,000-year-old wandering immortal signifies? Tianhao approached Guan with hands on his hips and a proud smile. Guan didn't restrict his movements. Even after joining the Jianghu sect, he still came back often. Guan, who was reading a book, didn't lift his head and said, "Does it mean reaching the wandering immortal realm in 1,000 years?" He thought back carefully. He had not even been 100 years old when he reached the wandering immortal realm. Not only that, he had broken through to the heaven and earth flying immortal realm at 96. Hearing Gu An's words, Tianhao couldn't help but widen his eyes and exclaimed loudly, "Master, can't you praise me just once?" Guan looked at him helplessly and said irritably, "How old are you, still making such a fuss?" Besides them in the courtyard was another person, Shenzhen, who sat in front of the artifact refining cauldron without looking at Tianhao. Hearing Gu An's words, Tianhao instinctively looked toward Shenzhen, and seeing Shenzhen frown slightly, he gave an awkward smile. He quickly changed the subject and asked in a lowered voice, "Master, is the Green Hero Travelogue any good? Give me a copy, I couldn't find this book in the Jianghu sect." Guan immediately tucked the Green Hero Travelogue away and stood up, looking at Tianhao seriously. "Do you think your cultivation level is sufficient?" Tianhao replied, "Not enough, but I will become stronger." He was full of confidence, feeling that cultivation was the easiest thing in the world. Looking at him, Guan asked, "Would you like to spar with your master?" At those words, Tianhao's eyes lit up with excitement. "Can I?" He had long wanted to test out his master's prowess. SAR the Novel Fire, any *T website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Now a wandering immortal, he could also create a sun that blotted out the sky, and any spell or divine skill, he only needed to see once to master, which also made his protective methods quite extensive. Shenzhen turned her head to look at the master and disciple with interest. Figures appeared in the courtyard. They were an Xian, celestial demon child, Qin Chuan, and others. They all heard Tianhao's words. Hearing that this youngster dared to challenge Guan, they all became excited. "You brat, you'd better give it your all," the blood prison great saint teased. And Xingtian laughed, "After sparring with the ancestor, have a match with me." He had already become a wandering immortal and wanted to test Tianhao's capabilities. Qin Chuan and LV Xian issued a challenge, and Tianhao accepted them all in one breath. The ghost mother of ephemera opened her mouth, wanting to persuade Tianhao, but she had no standing to do so here. She looked towards Guan and, seeing that he was not angry, felt somewhat more at ease. Guan twisted his neck and raised his hand to snap his fingers. In an instant, the surrounding environment dramatically changed, and everyone found themselves on a gloomy wasteland, under a cosmic starry sky, with an exceptionally broad view. Tianhao was stunned by Guan's move and dazedly looked all around. The others were equally shocked by the scene before them. It's not an illusion. It's real. There's still spiritual energy here, although it's thinner than inside the dojo. What divine skills are these? So formidable, completely impenetrable. What a perfect place. Only here can one truly let loose. The previous barrier was too small, unsuitable for battles to the death. What? You still want to fight to the death with your own people? The crowd buzzed with discussion, all very excited. Guan soared into the air, turned in the sky, and looked down at Tianhao with a smile. Show me whatever abilities you have. As soon as the words fell, a heaven-piercing momentum erupted from Tianhao, shocking the others into quickly gathering their mana to form protective barriers. Everyone was surprised by Tianhao's display, even an Xin seemed somewhat bewildered. They knew Tianhao's cultivation level advanced at an astonishing pace, but only when they truly felt his aura did they find it incredible. Just a mere 1,000 years, and this brat surpassed them already? Especially those who loved to undergo closed-door cultivation, they all had a sense of absurdity. It was as if they had woken from sleep to find the baby from before had grown stronger than themselves. How could they accept this? Tianhao started walking towards Guan. The celestial Dao true fire surged out from his body, blazing fiercely, taking the form of 9 fire dragons coiling around him. Behind his head, a sun rapidly grew in size, his black hair waving violently, his expression becoming arrogant. His lips curled up involuntarily, radiating an air of untouchable superiority. Guan gazed down at him, thinking of Anhao. Anhao and Tianhao's figures overlapped at this moment. Master, I will surprise you. Tianhao's voice echoed through the cosmic starry sky. Jianghu's sect, amidst a range of mountains, a stream flowed by, and next to the river stood a small pavilion. Yi Qingshan, Lin Chuan, Qing Meng, Gu Changsheng, and Gu Qingdao sat inside the pavilion. The 5 of them were the highest authorities of the Jianghu sect, with Yi Qingshan as the sect hierarch, and the other 4 as elders with great power. Even though they were high in status and entangled in many interests, they still gathered together whenever they had a chance. Big brother, Tianhao's talent is indeed beyond ordinary. With his recent breakthrough to the wandering immortal realm, I'm afraid we can't keep him hidden any longer. Gu Changsheng said with concern. Lin Chuan sighed. More than his reputation, I worry that he will become arrogant. Honestly, the last time I faced him, I could no longer suppress him. He's had too smooth a ride, never faced hardship, and it's hard to imagine what kind of person he'll become in the future. Qing Meng rolled her eyes at him. What's there to fear? He's not just backed by the Jianghu sect, he has Eldarin to guide him. That may be true, but you've also met Tianhao. The boy isn't arrogant or domineering, but he's very proud. Once he's set on something, nobody can tell him otherwise. The 4 discussed among themselves, while Yi Qingshan remained silent, sipping his spiritual tea, lost in thought. Just then, a figure descended from the sky and landed outside the pavilion, prompting all 5 to look over and rise to their feet in shock. The newcomer was Tianhao. At that moment, Tianhao had a somber face and his gaze was full of oppression. A sudden unease gripped the hearts of those in the pavilion. Had the brat overheard their conversation? Tianhao took a deep breath and said, Sect hierarch, for elders, I want to grow stronger. From today onwards, please instruct me. Whatever you teach, I'm willing to learn. Lin Chuan frowned. What can we teach you? Soon enough, you will surpass us. My master told me to earnestly experience the Jianghu sect with you. You don't need to teach me spells or divine skills, just teach me how to conduct myself. Tianhao said, unable to help but clench his fists. He was not angry or frustrated, He was afraid. Recalling the recent sparring session, chills ran down his spine. Qing Meng seemed to notice something was off and asked, "What's wrong? Did something happen?" Tian Hao shook his head. Fine. I just went back to the forbidden area after my breakthrough and had a round of sparring with my master." Hearing this, the 5 people in the pavilion exchanged glances. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 603, Celestial Court Mythology. Tian Hao's meteoric rise brought unprecedented morale to the Jianghu sect. His 1,000-year journey as a wandering immortal shook both the past and the present, spreading the sect's name far and wide. Over the long years, many came to recruit Tian Hao, including members of the Dao court, but these endeavors always amounted to nothing. There were also geniuses who challenged Tian Hao, all of whom were defeated. In the blink of an eye, 10,000 years passed. In the Dao court, within Shaolan's cave heaven dojo, by a mountain stream, Shaolan, who had just broken through to the heaven and earth flying immortal realm, was discussing its power with Guan. The two sat cross-legged on a huge boulder, a small table placed between them with fine wine and spirit fruit upon it. As Shaolan shared her experiences and pondered the true meaning of heaven and earth, she was unaware that the person before her, whom she held dear, was merely an avatar. Guan's gaze subtly shifted, and his true self replaced the avatar. He had just returned from collecting medicinal herbs at the mountain god temple on Taicang continent, feeling pleased. He called up his attribute panel and began to admire it. Frowny face name, Guan, lifespan, 45, 402/760, 382, for 11, 523, physique, primordial reincarnation undying body, cultivation level, heaven opening Daoist immortal realm perfection. The 1 trillion years of life were drawing ever closer. Guan liked this peaceful and tranquil life, devoid of external foes, yet his lifespan continued to grow steadily. For him, the lifespan digits were like the experience bar in a video game. Shaolan picked up a cup of wine, drank it down in one gulp, and said, "Many peerless geniuses have emerged in the world. The current top genius is not from the Dao court but from a sect known as the Jianghu sect. His name is Tian Hao, a name as audacious as the heavens themselves. Yet his breakthrough speed is truly inconceivable. He seems to be just over 11,000 years old and has already achieved the cultivation level of a carefree primordial immortal." Upon mentioning Tian Hao, her face showed her deep emotions. Guan laughed and said, "You aren't doing too badly either. The path of immortal cultivation isn't about who's faster, but who lives longer." Shaolan shook her head and chuckled, feeling that Guan didn't recognize the terror of Tian Hao. She changed the subject. "Recently, there's been widespread talk of heavenly Dao and the appearance of many mythical narratives, claiming that beyond our world exist more powerful immortal gods from the celestial court. The myths of the celestial court indeed spread throughout the world, backed by the efforts of Dao immortals and the meddling of the deity of the moon. As more and more beings became aware of these myths, the celestial Dao destiny within the world began to rise noticeably, and the celestial Dao light layer above the celestial spirit great world grew increasingly bright. This also made Guan realize something. Despite the difference between immortals and mortals, the celestial court did want all beings to be aware of their existence. In the currently circulating myths of the celestial court, the most formidable was the profound star immortal monarch. He was omnipotent, creating heavens and earth, could hear the hearts of all living beings, and could save them from their suffering. The profound star immortal monarch was the master of the deity of the moon, who was zealously crafting the immortal monarch's image. Guan had an impression of this immortal god. Before the reconstruction of the world, this god's followers roamed the human world, widely spreading his name. This resulted in many ancient texts written by old believers, allowing descendants to learn of history and further believe in these myths. It is worth mentioning that many imperial dynasties in the human world have faith in the profound star immortal monarch and have even established a destiny connection with it. For example, Li Xiandao of the Taicang dynasty was the earliest person to receive the power of the profound star immortal monarch, which occurred in the previous era. Guan had never interfered with this matter because, in his view, everyone has their own fortunes, and he preferred to observe the development of all things from the sidelines. Xiaolan could not comprehend the existence of immortal gods. In her opinion, those with great power from the Dao court were already the strongest beings. How could there be immortal gods even more powerful than them? Having reached the heaven and earth flying immortal realm, she felt almost omnipotent and even wanted to venture to outer heaven. It was hard for her to imagine just how powerful the mythical immortal gods, if they truly existed, would be. Xiaolan began to conspire, suspecting that there were forces beneath the heavens harboring the intent to subvert the Dao court. The Dao court is the common master of the world, equivalent to the heavenly Dao, and essentially assumes the role of immortal gods, making rules for heaven and earth. Now that all beings are aware that there are even more formidable immortal gods above the Dao court, what should they think of the Dao court? Guan did not pay much attention to Xiaolan's thoughts. Everyone has a perspective, and Xiaolan, now situated within the Dao court, would naturally consider its interests. The world is still too vast, and the Dao court has not fully unified heaven and earth, Guan sighed. Xiaolan picked up the liquor bottle and, while pouring Guan a drink, asked, "Why is it always me talking? Brother Gu, don't you have any questions, or is there something you desire? I can help you obtain it now." Guan replied with a smile, "Don't worry about me. I was originally just an ordinary person. To have come this far, am already very satisfied. I know what you're worried about. I have not lost my freedom. While you've been in seclusion, I often went out for a walk. I've made quite a few friends in the Dao court. I'm truly content, and my greatest joy is hearing others marvel at your prowess. It makes me proud as well." Xiaolan was deeply touched by his words. She put down the liquor bottle, rose involuntarily, then moved closer to Guan, looking at him with affection. Xiaolan held Guan's hand. He didn't refuse, watching her slowly lean closer to him. When Xiaolan's face obscured the lower half of Guan's face, his eyes looked up to the heavens. At that moment, Leah was being intercepted by the deity of the moon. Sia the novel, F. Iyer. And a website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Wave after wave crashed onto the beach. Dressed in black, Leah frowned deeply, staring coldly at the deity of the moon who was blocking his path. "What exactly do you want?" Leah asked bluntly, his right hand resting on the hilt of his sword at his waist. The deity of the moon smiled and said, "Your fate has deviated from the trajectory that the heavenly Tao had laid out for you. It seems you've had the help of a noble person, and not only that, but this change is ongoing. In the future, you might even form a connection with immortal gods. Although I'm not sure which immortal god it is, a bit of immortal fate has indeed touched you." Leah scoffed disdainfully and retorted, "What about you? Are you one of those sanctimonious Daoists who espouse the heavenly Tao and the celestial court? I don't believe in immortals, and I don't believe in gods. If there truly were immortal gods, how could this world have suffered so many tribulations, and each time, it must rely on his junior brother Gu to save the day? If there truly were immortal gods, then it could only be junior brother Gu. The nature of junior brother Gu would not allow others to sing his praises." The deity of the moon smiled, waved the horsetail whisk in his right hand towards the white jade bottle in his left, and from the mouth of the bottle, a droplet of liquid flew out, suspending between the two. "Our meeting is also a kind of fate. This is immortal brew, capable of transforming you completely, bestowing upon you an innate body. Let this be the foundation of a good relationship," said the deity of the moon with a smile. No sooner had he spoken than the droplet of immortal brew struck Lia's forehead fiercely. He had no chance to dodge. Lia, startled, quickly reached for his forehead, but there was nothing to touch. He could not track the droplet of immortal brew, nor could he detect any abnormalities within his body. The deity of the moon turned and walked away, saying, "This great world is no simple place. In the future, there will surely be many exciting stories to unfold. Interesting, interesting. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know your report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 604, Trillion Years Lifespan, Lifespan Projection. Watching the departing figure of the deity of the moon, Lia still felt uneasy. He checked himself for a long time on the spot, and after confirming that there was nothing abnormal about him, the deity of the moon had already disappeared. A divine exotic immortal spirit appeared out of thin air, seemingly leaping suddenly onto his shoulder, and curiously asked, "Could you see through that person's cultivation level just now?" Liya regained his composure, furrowed his brows, and said, "I couldn't see through. If he was really helping you just now, then, boy, your Fuyuan is outrageously strong, to encounter such great opportunities even on the road," the divine exotic immortal spirit remarked. After hearing the words of the deity of the moon, it had actually believed them. Indeed, there was a powerful backer behind Liya, just hidden in the shadows, not always watching over Liya. Yet, Liya kept encountering various opportunities, which compelled it to ponder Liya's destiny pattern. Could it be that Liya's destiny pattern has become very strong now? Liya, on the other hand, was thinking about the identity of the deity of the moon. Over the years, he had increasingly felt the changes in the great heaven and earth, with more and more outstanding figures and great powers emerging, making him feel like a mere mortal, very insecure. Liya took a deep breath, leaped up, and flew towards the sea. The sea wind howled, and the divine exotic immortal spirit stood on his shoulder, pulling at his earlobe, and asked, "Liya, are you really going to the Dao court? I heard that the Dao court is created by top cultivators from different great worlds. If you cause trouble there, it will be very troublesome." "What do you mean? Am I the kind of person who loves to cause trouble?" "How so? Don't you know yourself? I never act recklessly, it's just that those people are too oppressive." Yes, you're always right. You can't stand others being bullied, but who reaches out to help you when you suffer? Isn't today's opportunity a repayment? Do good deeds without asking about the future. Liya hummed, not wanting to continue this conversation. Changing the subject, he asked, "Do you think Tianhao is really that powerful? Born in an unknown small sect, yet he has become famous throughout the world, a 1,000-year-old wandering immortal, that's too fake." "The person is now not a wandering immortal but a carefree primordial immortal," joked the divine exotic immortal spirit. "If and how were still here, would he allow this Tianhao to be so prestigious?" Liya lamented. He considered Anhao as his greatest rival in life. Unfortunately, Anhao was no longer in this world, and every time he thought of this, his heart ached and he felt regret. The divine exotic immortal spirit fell into contemplation. Anhao, Tianhao, both named Hao, could it be such a coincidence? On the other side. Seeing that Liya was unharmed, Guan then wrapped his arms around Xiaolan's waist, starting to respond to her affection. After a while, Guan suddenly pushed Xiaolan away, embarrassedly saying, under the broad daylight, "Isn't it inappropriate?" Xiaolan hooked his neck, her eyes flirty, and she licked her lips, softly saying, "Brother Gu, don't be afraid, this is my grotto heaven, just you and me. With the sunlight, I can clearly see everything I enjoy." With that, she kissed Guan again. Guan's tightly clenched hands involuntarily opened. So be it. After seeing Liya, the deity of the moon left the celestial spirit great world, flew to the world gate, briefly chatted with a celestial spirit, then entered the world gate. Guan witnessed the whole process, feeling that the threat from the celestial court was temporarily over, and there would be a long period of peace. Indeed, it was so. Human affairs were like tides, but these tides could not shake Guan. His time naturally passed even faster. In the blink of an eye, more than 6,000 years had passed. On this day, as Guan was picking medicinal herbs in the Daoist field of the beginningless, his hand paused as 3 prompts appeared before him. You have successfully harvested dandelion grass, Tier 4, adding 30 years to your lifespan. Your lifespan has surpassed 1 trillion years for the first time, activating the lifespan projection feature. Lifespan projection. You can expend lifespan to project into the great Dao worlds, materializing 3,000 projected selves to pursue different great Daos. Before projecting, you can only choose one great Dao to chase. The projected selves cannot be deduced, and you cannot retain their memories, but you can gain their insights into the great Dao. This feature, it somewhat resembled the lifespan reincarnation, yet it was different. CTH Nafire. Et website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Lifespan reincarnation felt as if Guan was experiencing it himself, and its outcomes were unknown, whereas lifespan projection seemed more like a method of reincarnation to comprehend the great Tao. Guan decided he would try it later, as the projected selves couldn't be deduced. Using this feature likely wouldn't cause any trouble. He continued to pick herbs while reviewing the lifespan features he had activated. Lifespan detection, lifespan barrier, lifespan deduction, lifespan prediction, lifespan fusion, lifespan reincarnation, lifespan simulation, lifespan dojo, lifespan breakthrough, lifespan projection. Although he scarcely used half of these features, he was not averse to having more lifespan functions. It's fine not to use them, but impossible not to have them. Guan's mood improved. Having reached his current realm, it was no longer about simple qi absorption but about comprehending the great Tao. The stronger his Tao intent, the higher his cultivation level would be. This was an intangible method of cultivation, beyond the understanding of mortal spirits. Seeing that Guan was in a good mood, the ghost mother of Ephemera, who was following him, carefully asked, "Master, if Tianhao encounters great trouble outside, would you intervene?" Over the 6,000 years, although Tianhao remained a carefree primordial immortal, his renown had grown significantly since he could battle across realms. Once, while on an expedition with the Jianghu sect, he had actually annihilated the physical body of the divine immortal of wondrous Dharma. That battle had vastly spread his fame, and he became known as the unmatched #1 prodigy in the world. Great fame inevitably brought more troubles. More and more prodigies came to challenge Tianhao but were soundly defeated. There were also those forces that wanted to enlist Tianhao. Tianhao's rejections inevitably made enemies. Recently, the ghost mother of Ephemera had been restless. Though she felt exceedingly safe within the dojo, she could only think that perhaps Tianhao was in danger. Guan laughed and said, "Great trouble? There's no trouble that great. What if there is? Don't worry, he is unlike any prodigy you've met. He won't die young, his destiny pattern destined him to become the strongest. You simply don't understand what he represents. Even without me, his brilliance would shine bright." Guan explained, knowing that the ghost mother of Ephemera had the closest relationship with Tianhao, even regarding her as a mother. He didn't mind revealing some karma to her. Hearing this, the ghost mother of Ephemera immediately felt relief. Although she didn't fully understand how powerful Tianhao's destiny pattern was, she felt reassured by Guan's words. Usually, there's no need to be too diligent in managing the dojo, you also need time for enlightenment. The Tao treasure I bestowed upon you is your best aid in cultivation. Guan spoke sincerely. He had crafted a Tao treasure for the ghost mother of Ephemera known as the 9 Netherworlds heaven-reversing flag. This flag embodied the path of yin and yang, it could reverse Tsangtian and all things, and was extremely domineering. "I won't forget about cultivating." The ghost mother of Ephemera spoke earnestly, but to herself, she added, "Nor forget about managing the dojo." She was well aware of why she possessed all that she did now. She could not relax, could not abandon the path she had taken, and must strive even harder. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 605, Wrapping up the projection. After harvesting the ripe medicinal herbs, Guan left alone, while the ghost mother of Ephemera started to sow as usual. Guan did not return to his own yard, he just picked a random direction to walk. As he walked, he fiddled with the fate pen. He seemed to be enjoying the scenery along the way, but he was actually watching Jianghu, who was far away in the Tai's great world. Jianghu had taken root in the Tai's great world and had even established a demon race force. Su Yu, a reincarnation from the celestial court, assisted him by teaching him the Qi fortune method, which made his demon race force stronger and made cultivation easier and more fortunate for those under his command. Seeing Jianghu's accomplishments now, Guan was very pleased. At least Jianghu did not have to wander everywhere, he had found his own life goal. What would senior brother Zhang's feelings be like if he were still alive and saw his son commanding the winds and clouds? With this thought, Guan felt even better. The advantage of staying in the human world is that there are always different things happening, something even the immortal gods may not experience. Even if many things seem similar, they always present differently when experienced by different people. After an hour, Guan arrived at a waterfall and sat on the rocks by the river. Then he began to perform lifespan projection. Please choose the great Tao you want to pursue. Path of cause and effect. This was the great Tao Guan was most skilled in. Consumption of 100 billion years of lifespan. Do you wish to continue? What the hell? 1 trillion years of lifespan. Guan cursed internally. He knew the new features would not be so easy to use. The later the features were released, the greater the consumption of lifespan. He subconsciously wanted to choose to refuse, but on second thought, there was a reason behind the high cost. At least, he wanted to see how expensive it was. If not satisfactory, he could simply seal this feature forever. Continue. You have chosen to consume 100 billion years of lifespan to activate lifespan projection. Starting projection. Projected onto the Taiwei Great World. Projected onto the Taiqing Great World. Projected onto the 9 Nether Great World. Prompt after prompt continually popped up before Guan's eyes, arousing his curiosity. He could actually see the specific worlds being projected. Guan saw the Tai's Great World where Zhang Buku was, and he also saw the profound pure Great World visited by the Black Profound Emperor. He even saw worlds that were not named as Great Worlds. Though he only saw the names, it was enough to let his thoughts run wild. Soon, all the prompts settled down. It really had projected 3,000 worlds. Guan reflected on this, but soon, he felt that something was amiss. The projection was finished, then what? Guan furrowed his brows. He was puzzled but not rushed. He sat on the rock patiently waiting. Time swiftly passed. About half an hour later, 2 prompts appeared before him. Begin to consolidate the projection. Begin the transmission of the great Daoist insights. The spiritual energy within the Daoist field of the beginningless suddenly stopped, causing everyone in the dojo to open their eyes. Before Guan could think further, endless insights of the great Tao surged into his mind, plunging his consciousness into chaos. At the edge of the Daoist field of the beginningless, at the entrance of the dojo, stood a stone door built by an Xian. Sea the novel Fire. Net ** website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Outside the stone door was a dense fog, appearing very mysterious. A figure emerged from the thick fog and stepped through the stone door. It was Tian Hao. Tian Hao advanced with a dragon's stride and a tiger's pace, with 3 differently shaped long spears, each about 10 feet long, floating behind him in a fan formation. He wore a smug smile on his face, muttering to himself, "This time I will definitely surprise Master." However, no sooner had the words left his mouth than he suddenly stopped, furrowing his brow as he looked towards the distant mountains with a look of surprise and doubt in his eyes. Why isn't the spiritual energy in the dojo moving? There was also an uncomfortably erratic force. He immediately leaped up, transforming into a rainbow light that flew away, quickly vanishing over the other side of the mountains. After a while, everyone gathered by a small river, whispering among themselves as they watched Guan meditating on a rock across the river. Tian Hao was there too, looking at Guan with curiosity. This was the first time he had seen his master enter a state of sudden enlightenment. In his eyes, his master was already the most powerful being. Could he possibly have an epiphany in such a Tao practice? Could master be about to break through? Senior brothers, senior sisters, what realm has master reached? Has he obtained the Daoist Zhang Zizai immortal realm? Tian Hao couldn't help but ask. Daoist Zhang Zizai immortal was a realm he had heard about in the last few decades, belonging to a great cultivator from the Tao court, capable of moving mountains and overturning seas. No one answered him because the others did not know Guan's realm either. Blood Prison Great Saint scoffed, "Brat, you only need to know that Master is stronger than anyone you've ever met. Even those who created this world are far inferior to Master." Tian Hao, stirred by these words, inquired further, "Have you ever seen Master engage in a fight?" Not just sparring. He was the top disciple of the Jianghu sect, a leader of the younger generation, often going out on missions and establishing great merits for the Jianghu sect. He had been through many life and death battles, and he was infatuated with that feeling. Fierce opponents indeed made for stronger challengers than those in sparring combat. LV Xian laughed and said, I have, but no one could withstand even one move from your master. Ghost Mother of Ephemera added, no matter how powerful, facing your master means meeting their end by a single sword strike. LV Xian grew enthusiastic and continued, it's time for you lad to know about some of your master's past deeds. He began narrating stories from the Supreme Sect, and an Xian and Shenzhen, who usually didn't chat with Tian Hao, occasionally chimed in, along with the Blood Prison Great Saint, thus unveiling the past of Guan. Even Jianghu and Xingtian, Celestial Demon Child, Celestial Cyan, Tian Bai, Chen Chuan, and Ghost Mother of Ephemera learned about events they hadn't heard of before. From helping small sects establish the righteous Tao, to saving continents, oceans, and even the world, all could feel Guan's heart turning towards profound goodness. After saving all living beings, Guan had chosen to leave the Supreme Sect, live in seclusion here, and had supported the Qianquan sect, which only increased their admiration. The Qianquan sect remains an orthodox Daoist sect to this day, though occasionally committing wrongful acts. Most disciples still act by the code of chivalry, and even the Dao court wouldn't easily declare war on an orthodox Daoist sect like the Qianquan sect. Tian Hao listened intently, his mindset gradually changing. Although Guan had not taught him much directly since he was young, he had always admired his master, who had fostered him. In his youth, every act and word of Guan had inspired him. He wanted to become like Guan. Perhaps, I should not seek to become stronger just for the sake of being strong. Tian Hao watched Guan, who was still meditating across the river, and reflected silently. The others were still marveling at past events, which now seemed very distant, giving them an unreal feeling. Suddenly, Guan opened his eyes, and the entire Daoist field of the beginningless returned to normal. Spiritual energy flowed again, and the path of cause and effect no longer ran wild. The first thing he saw upon opening his eyes was Tian Hao across the river. Master and disciple locked eyes, Tian Hao's gaze intense. When he saw his master's eyes open, his heart skipped a beat in fear. Guan narrowed his eyes, and with just one look, he saw the entirety of Tian Hao's trillion-year lifespan. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 606 Tian Hao and Guan, the embodiments of beings from the 3,000 worlds, all once pursued the path of cause and effect, exhausting their lifetimes of energy and time. Although Guan was unclear how long they had lived or what realm they had ultimately reached, their insights into the path of cause and effect, when gathered together, were incredibly vast. Guan looked at Tian Hao, whose future rapidly unfolded before his eyes. 200 million years. 300 million years. 500 million years. Suddenly, Tian Hao's billion-year lifespan was all within his sight. Guan saw countless destiny lines on him, among which one shone the brightest. That was the destiny undisturbed by the power of the current great worlds, a life path predestined by the heavens. Following this line, Guan could see all that would come to pass for him. Tian Hao would become the strongest fighter in the celestial spirit great world. He would travel the path of the great Tao, he would challenge other great thousand worlds, and he would even venture into realms above the great thousand worlds. CTH Novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. This was the path of a legend, and he had never known failure. Feeling Guan's gaze, Tian Hao was very nervous. He lowered his eyes, not daring to look back. The others also sensed a sharp aura emanating from Guan, and none dared to speak, thinking they might have been too noisy and disturbed him, causing his displeasure. Everyone was tense. It was their first time seeing Guan angry. Fortunately, it wasn't long before the chill on Guan's face dissipated. "Why are you all looking at me?" Guan asked with a smile. Seeing his familiar smile, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and followed suit, smiling. Senior Sister Anshin was the first to ask, "Master, did you just have a moment of sudden enlightenment?" Guan replied, an epiphany indeed. All right, disperse now. You don't expect me to discuss my insights into this realm with you, do you?" Upon hearing this, everyone showed an embarrassed look. They dared not probe, especially since they didn't know what realm Guan was in. They paid their respects in turn and took their leave. However, Tianhao stayed. He leaped over a stream and came to Guan's side, asking, "Master, the Dao court is holding a grand event of peerless prodigies that claims to take place only once every 10,000 years. Do you think I should participate?" "I want to, but the elders in the sect fear I might encounter danger." "The Dao court is the common master of the world. They wouldn't do such a thing, right?" Many famous prodigies had trained at the Dao court, and it hadn't schemed against them. Guan answered, "One must always guard against others. Your biggest problem now is that you haven't faced hardship or defeat. That's also a good thing. Your master hopes that you never face defeat." Tianhao's eyes widened as he said loudly, "That's not true. I've only ever lost to you. You brat, still talking about winning and losing with your master? Then how about you try losing to me?" "I was wrong, I was just spouting nonsense." Tianhao quickly apologized after being glared at by Guan. After that, Guan asked about his experiences over the years, and he answered truthfully, his spirits high. Guan understood Tianhao's thoughts. The kid had always been looking for an opportunity to spend quality time with him. Before coming of age, although both were in the dojo, Guan didn't accompany him in play the entire time. Of course, what the kid wanted most was Guan's praise. Yet Guan just wouldn't satisfy him. This kid is already proud enough, he must leave some room for improvement, lest his tail lift up to the sky. While chatting, Tianhao leaned against the rock, looking up at Guan. He did not sit beside Guan. He was indeed very conceited, but he was filled with reverence for Guan. He did not want to break that attitude. He hoped he would always revere his master, so he would have a goal. So many seniors had been surpassed by him, making him feel that the path of immortal cultivation was very simple. Only when compared with his master did he feel motivated and full of anticipation. He hoped his master would always be stronger than him so that he wouldn't feel alone on the path of immortal cultivation. From Tianhao's words, Guan could feel his sense of belonging to the Qingkuan sect, and that his achievements had not led to any contempt for his own sect, which made Guan all the more satisfied with him. The sect hierarch of the Qingkuan sect, Yi Qingshan, was the reincarnation of his disciple, Lu Jiujia. Guan had his reasons for letting them establish karma, but if the Qingkuan sect were to stray from the right path, he would not blindly support it. Whether the heavenly Tao or the great Tao should be sentimental, Guan didn't know. He only knew he wanted to follow a path of sentiment. He didn't want to set too many rules and restrictions for himself. He would simply follow his heart. If he wanted to pity all living beings, then he would pity them. If he didn't want to get close to someone, he would keep his distance. The greatest kindness he could offer to all things was not to kill indiscriminately. "By the way, Master, they told me a lot about your past. Out of the many disciples you've taken, who is your favorite?" Tianhao suddenly asked out of curiosity. Guan glanced at him and he quickly added, "Other than me." "You wish, how could it possibly be you?" Guan replied, a little irritated. Tianhao didn't feel embarrassed, just chuckled. Guan then said, "My favorite disciple should be Hao. He was the first disciple I truly took to heart to teach, and also the first I adopted. He is just like you, born with the strongest talent." Tianhao's eyes lit up and he asked, "Is that senior sister Angxin's brother?" He had heard Hao's name before, but the people in the dojo did not talk much about him, as if they were apprehensive. They come from the same village." Guan began to recount Hao's life. Tianhao listened intently. This time, Guan spoke at length, which made Tianhao feel very happy, feeling closer to his master. They talked until dusk. The sky was streaked with crimson, and the celestial vault was desolately beautiful. After hearing Hao's life story, Tianhao's mood was hard to calm for a long time. Guan looked at Tianhao and asked, "Where do you think you are better than Hao, and where do you fall short?" Tianhao pondered and said, "I wouldn't abandon my kin like he did, but I don't seem to have his resolve either. He could sacrifice himself for the people of the world, but I can't do it. I would only give my all for the Qingkuan sect." Guan smiled, not judging Tianhao's thoughts. He looked up into the twilight sky and said softly, "How? I gave you the name How indeed because of an How. I hoped you would go further than he did. As your teacher, I won't demand anything specific from you. You may choose not to sacrifice yourself for all living beings, but never, by virtue of your own strength, wantonly bully the weak. You must realize that no one can stay strong forever." Tianhao smiled and said, "Don't worry, master. If you inquire at the Jianghu sect, you will find out I never bully others. I only uphold justice." As he spoke, he raised his right hand, used his palm as a sword, and made a few gestures in the air. Only in front of Guan and the ghost mother of Ephemera did he show his childlike side. To others, he was the proud, reticent senior disciple of the Jianghu sect. Guan watched him and asked with a smile, "Do you know how vast outer heaven is? How many worlds like the celestial spirit great world are there?" Tianhao's interest piqued. He eagerly asked how large and how many great worlds there were. Guan began to tell him about the existence of other great thousand worlds, as well as the most talented and fortuitous prodigies of various great worlds, which aroused his passion, his eyes brimming with fighting spirit. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know your report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 607, The Great Cause and Effect Steel, The Path of Power. After talking with his master for a day, Tianhao had gained a greater knowledge and developed an even bigger longing for immortal cultivation. Thereafter, he went to the Dao court with a heart full of fighting spirit. Dozens of years later, Tianhao's reputation spread throughout all the overlord-level forces in the world, and any cultivator who wasn't in some remote area had heard of his name. At the grand gathering of the ages, he overwhelmed the heroes of the world and became the unrivaled #1 talent of all time. The zenith of acclaim spurred Tianhao to cultivate even harder, and every breakthrough upon his return from the Dao court caused tremors across the world. Time flew by. 20,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. The human world presented a new pattern, and although the Dao court remained the most powerful sect, many strong Daoist lineages had emerged. If they combined forces, they had the power to overturn the Dao court. The self-proclaimed righteous Dao court never initiated war against sects or imperial dynasties, so the human world remained at peace, though only relatively peaceful from a macrocosmic perspective of heaven and earth. In the Daoist field of the beginningless, the lowest cultivation level had already reached the heaven and earth flying immortal realm. LV Xian, an Exian, blood prison great saint, and celestial demon child had all become carefree primordial immortals. As for Tianhao, he had reached the divine immortal of wondrous Dharma realm, and moreover, he was at the 9th floor of that cultivation level. Any talent paled in comparison to him, and coupled with the 3 Dao treasures gifted to him by Guan, nobody could challenge him below the realm of Daoist Zhangzizai immortal. Those 3 Dao treasures were 3 long spears, named Divine Punishment, Celestial Punishment, and Immortal Punishment, each containing different powers of the Great Dao. Regarding Gu An's favoritism towards Tianhao, the other disciples in the dojo had no objections. They wholeheartedly acknowledged Tianhao's talent. Even the blood prison great saint could do nothing but admire him. As 20,000 years had gone by, Tianhao was now someone they all aspired to chase after. Beneath the starry sky, atop a massive mountain peak, there sat a serene palace. Within the palace, Ji Xiaoyu was meditating on a jade platform, surrounded by wisps of gray-tinged energy, a manifestation of the power of the Great Dao. A figure appeared atop the palace. It was the Sun and Moon Nether Emperor. The Sun and Moon Nether Emperor bowed deeply and, looking up at Ji Xiaoyu, spoke, "Your Majesty, Tianhao, known as the #1 talent of the world, has come to the Yin-Yang immortal domain. He has stepped into our territory, seeking the Yin-Yang rebirth flower. He seems determined to obtain it, and with the 3 ultimate treasures in his grasp, each possessing power not inferior to heaven and earth ultimate treasures, our people cannot stop him." As he mentioned Tianhao, his expression was incredibly complicated. 20,000 years ago, he had heard rumors of a peerlessly gifted talent born in the central area of the great world. He thought those rumors were exaggerated, but having now encountered Tianhao, he realized they were no exaggeration, in fact, they might have even underestimated him. Compared to Tian Hao's talent for cultivation, his talent for battle was even more prodigious. Sir the Nell Fire. Enter website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Ji Xiaoyu slowly opened her eyes, overlooking the Sun and Moon Nether Emperor, and asked, "You mentioned earlier he came from the Qinkuan sect. What is the background of this Qinkuan sect?" The Sun and Moon Nether Emperor answered, "Strangely enough, the Qinkuan sect lacks any great power but has nurtured such an extraordinary talent. Oh, I've also heard there is an immortal protecting the sacred land of the Qinkuan sect, guarding only their homeland. I'm not sure if that's true." Hearing this, a flicker of intrigue crossed Ji Xiaoyu's eyes. She was silent for a moment, then said, "Let him advance. Allow him to reach the other domains, and there's no need to inform the other 3 emperors." The Sun and Moon Nether Emperor was surprised but asked no further questions, promptly taking his leave. Ji Xiaoyu gazed out at the starry sky, murmuring to herself, "Is it you? Tian Hao, and how, you truly are formidable, always able to cultivate peerlessly distinguished talents." As she calculated with her fingers, her expression grew increasingly complex. Tian Hao's rate of cultivation was simply too mesmerizing, making her feel as if all past distinguished talents were inconsequential. At this rate, in less than 1,000,000 years, Tian Hao would become the foremost figure of this era. Perhaps even the legendary Xing Tian of the past would be but a stepping stone for him. Ji Xiaoyu took a deep breath, her gaze towards the starry sky gradually firming. Perhaps it was truly time for her to take that step. In the early morning, Guan was accompanying Shenzhen in painting, next to a waterfall, by a mountain with beautiful scenery. Shenzhen was painting a celestial spirit god vanquishing demons, while Guan painted Ji Xiaoyu meditating. Shenzhen glanced at Guan and scoffed, "It seems you really miss your 3rd Mississippi. Why don't you go find her in reincarnation?" Guan answered, "She is not in the cycle of reincarnation." Shenzhen showed no interest in Ji Xiaoyu. Seeing Guan's response, she did not press further and instead turned to ask, "Look at my painting, does it capture the likeness of the fairy?" Her understanding of the path of cause and effect was growing stronger. Even though her cultivation level was much lower than that of the celestial spirit god, she was able to depict the celestial spirit god's past without him noticing. Guan glanced at her painting and said, "Not bad, but isn't it rather uninteresting to only probe into his past? This process allows me to deepen my understanding of the great Tao. Besides, what I can see is far from boring," Shenzhen said proudly. The celestial spirit god was, in her view, second only to Guan. Unable to depict Guan, she could only paint the celestial spirit god. Guan spoke with a profound tone, "Perhaps you should create a divine skill, a skill that only you can wield." Divine skills? Shenzhen pondered thoughtfully. Her cultivation level was also that of a wandering immortal, and that was even without putting much effort into her immortal cultivation, so she grew increasingly confident, even believing that she would eventually surpass Tian Hao. Although Guan did not think she could catch up to Tian Hao, her potential indeed seemed limitless. This was not solely due to the power of cause and effect from Fairy Yao Xian, but also the great cause and effect steel used by the Emperor of Eternal Life. The great cause and effect steel stood within the river of cause and effect, a manifestation of the great Tao itself, eternally indestructible within the great Tao. The existence of the great cause and effect steel was unimaginable. With the Emperor of Eternal Lives' sacrifice, some of the steel's power had spread to Shenzhen. As she lived longer, this power became ever stronger. Guan could see through everyone's future, but Shenzhen's future was becoming increasingly obscured in his eyes, a power dissolving her cause and effect, which made him have greater expectations for her. While Shenzhen was lost in thought, Guan contemplated his own Tao. He felt it was necessary to focus on developing a second great Tao. Relying on the Daoist dominator skill, Guan had begun to glimpse the 3,000 great Tao, but that was just understanding, not mastery. He wanted to master a formidable great Tao, not as unfathomable as cause and effect, fate, or reincarnation but rather pure strength. Like the bright sun in the sky, glorious, upright, with awe-inspiring might. The 3,000 great Tao was just a collective term. The actual number of Tao was uncertain, with Guan having glimpsed more than 3,000. He wished to choose the most vigorous among these Dao. Pure strength. After much contemplation, Guan decided on the path of power. The path of power wasn't simply about physical strength but represented all types of power at their peak. That was the path of power. To prove the Tao with power meant to prove it with great magical power, with qi power. The path of power was ubiquitous. All beings that possessed strength, that could cultivate mana, demonic power, or any other power-focused cultivation, existed because of the path of power. Guan immediately employed the lifespan projection and chose the path of power. Still consuming 1 trillion years of lifespan, various prompts wildly popped up before him. But this time was different. He suddenly saw the celestial spirit great world. Almost instantly, he sensed some changes in the celestial spirit great world. It seemed an extra person had appeared. Guan calculated with his fingers, his expression growing even more peculiar. He couldn't calculate the projected being, but he did foresee Tianhao encountering a formidable opponent in the yin-yang immortal domain, marking the first time Tianhao had failed to conquer a being of the same realm. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know your report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 608, Manipulating Fate. Tianhao couldn't defeat the existence that appeared blurred in the causality deduction, but Guan could see it through his hard eye. The appearance of that being was different from his, but his intuition told him that this was his projected self. After escaping Tianhao, the projected self turned around and jumped into the sea of reincarnation in the yin-yang immortal domain, entered reincarnation, and disappeared from sight. Start retracting the projected self, start inheriting the great Tao insights. 2 prompts popped up, interrupting Guan's thoughts. He vanished from his spot and appeared at the edge of the dojo, starting to inherit the great Tao insights. It wasn't long before a disturbance occurred within the Daoist field of the beginningless, alarming everyone. Since such an event had occurred before, the dojo disciples merely glanced in the direction of Guan and then continued to cultivate, not bothering Guan. Under the starry sky, clad in golden robes, Tianhao stood by the sea, staring at the dark waves ahead, his brow furrowed in thought. A figure descended from the sky and landed beside him. It was the Sun and Moon Nether Emperor. The two had had many dealings and shared a decent camaraderie. "Are you still thinking about that person?" the Sun and Moon Nether Emperor asked. Tianhao took a deep breath, looked ahead, and said, "Yes, I felt pressure from someone of the same realm for the first time." The Sun and Moon Nether Emperor consoled, "Even if it's the same realm, he must be much older than you, and he didn't defeat you, so why bother?" In his opinion, Tianhao already had the greatest talent. He had witnessed the previous battle. The opponent was indeed fearsome, but Tianhao didn't lose. It was just hard to determine who was better. Their encounter made the Sun and Moon Nether Emperor question life. The battle of the divine immortal of wondrous Dharma had even a divine thought true immortal like him terrified. Had this genius from the old era been outclassed? He felt that Tianhao would surpass him sooner rather than later, and much quicker than he had anticipated. "I can't let it go, I feel excited." I'm recalling his combat techniques. He didn't use many divine skills or spells, he simply countered me with pure mana and qi power, truly a display of one force breaks 10,000 laws. Tianhao sincerely remarked, feeling very exhilarated. Indeed, Master was right, never underestimate the world, you never know where a strong contender with great fortune might emerge. His talent might truly be the best, but he had lived too short a life and still needed to continuously strengthen his Daoist techniques. Hearing Tianhao's words, the Sun and Moon Nether Emperor opened his mouth, not knowing what to say, unable to grasp Tianhao's thoughts. "What are your plans next?" "You got what you wanted?" the Sun and Moon Nether Emperor asked. Facing a genius like Tianhao, he chose to make a strong connection, having a premonition that this connection might save his life one day. Tianhao withdrew his gaze, looked at the Sun and Moon Nether Emperor, and smiled, "I'm planning to go back. Not being able to sweep through the same realm shows that my combat ability is not enough. I will go into seclusion to cultivate for a while before venturing out again. If you ever come to the 9 Spirit Continent, seek me out. I won't let you down." The Sun and Moon Nether Emperor showed a smile. Getting such a promise from Tianhao was all he wanted. It at least proved that Tianhao was still willing to maintain their friendship. Then Tianhao bowed to the Sun and Moon Nether Emperor and transformed into a beam of extreme light, leaping up and quickly vanishing into the horizon. The Sun and Moon Nether Emperor watched his departing figure, a look of envy on his face. Living for so many years, he had never been as free as Tianhao. A cultivator should be like this, roaming the heavens and earth, unbound. Immediately after, the Sun and Moon Nether Emperor let out a self-deprecating laugh. The reason he was bound by the yin-yang immortal domain was not because of his talent, but because he needed the power of the immortal domain to gather cultivation resources. He used to think his cultivation speed was fast, but now it felt slow. He earnestly wanted to reach the free immortal realm. He now harbored a ridiculous guess. He felt that Tianhao might reach the free immortal realm faster than him. After a while, a figure landed beside the Sun and Moon Nether Emperor, a mysterious cultivator enveloped in black mist, who said in a deep voice, "Emperor, His Majesty has left." She said she would head to outer heaven to pursue the great Tao, leaving you to lead the reincarnation domain. The Sun and Moon Nether Emperor's thoughts were interrupted, and upon hearing this, he couldn't help but be astonished. Go to outer heaven to pursue the great Tao? Inside the Daoist field of the beginningless. Guan opened his eyes, his gaze filled with a forceful presence. He had completed inheriting the 3000's projected cells' insights on the path of power. He underwent a transformation, with his chi power and mana rapidly strengthening, a strengthening that required no absorption of spiritual energy but was aided by the invisible and colorless path of power. He felt that the projected self that had entered reincarnation had disappeared, as if it had never existed. This allowed him to completely let go. Although there were many projected selves, indeed, they left no trace behind. He carefully sensed the path of power. Just pondering the path of power made his mana surge within the heaven-opening Daoist immortal realm, and his strength progressed leaps and bounds. Pure mana enhancement made him feel incredibly wonderful, and this time his choice was the right one. The sun set, and the moon rose. Days passed swiftly. 10 days later, Guan stood up. He first went to various places to pick mature medicinal herbs, and only after gathering them did he return to Shenzhen's side. Shenzhen had painted a new picture, depicting a scene where the celestial spirit god knelt before an immortal. This immortal was an old Daoist, with an aura of immortal Tao and bones of divinity, and his back was bathed in rosy light. In front of him, the celestial spirit god lacked its usual overwhelming might. Guan raised an eyebrow. Shenzhen had already been able to excavate his causality through the celestial spirit god. Don't paint recklessly, be careful not to provoke an existence even I can't withstand, Guan spoke. Shenzhen snapped back to reality, and when she saw clearly what she had painted, her face turned pale, and she immediately raised her hand, her fingers igniting, rapidly burning the scroll. After doing all this, she breathed a sigh of relief. She turned her head towards Guan, embarrassingly said, "I was too engrossed earlier, it wasn't intentional." She also felt a sense of fear. The celestial spirit god was already so powerful, how horrifying must an existence be that could make the celestial spirit god kneel? The thought that she might have brought about a catastrophe for Guan made her uneasy, her eyes filled with guilt. Guan was just trying to scare her. He trusted his own Daoist field. If his Daoist field weren't strong enough, Shenzhen had already provoked that old immortal. With his Dao practice far surpassing the celestial spirit god, he would just need a thought to descend into the celestial spirit great world. In the future, think about yourself. Your talent might hide unimaginable great cause and effect, Guan said with a smile. The path of power had let his strength leap forward, and he also planned to prepare for a breakthrough. It was time to think of a way to save Fairy Yao Xian. This was the obsession of the Emperor of Eternal Life, and as the original, Guan had to help him. Speaking of obsessions linked to the reincarnation body, Lu Han had one too, his son, Lu Qiuxian. The obsession of the Black Profound Emperor was his senior sister, Fairy Bai Xian. Guan didn't want to create too deep a cause and effect with these people. The Long family was already troublesome enough, but he could secretly aid them. Consider it as repaying them for their lifelong companionship. My great cause and effect? Shenzhen fell into deep thought. Seeing her lose herself once again, Guan shook his head in amusement. It wasn't necessarily good to be too easily enlightened. Guan sat down and continued painting. He felt that Ji Xiaoyu had left the celestial spirit great world, but he did not stop his brush. He had long seen Ji Xiaoyu's future. After many trials and tribulations, Ji Xiaoyu would descend into other great thousand worlds, thus welcoming more opportunities. Her choice was right, she would go further in the future. Unfortunately, it was just further. Guan had seen the end of her life, she would die in a struggle. He was not worried, when the time came, he would act. Peering into destiny did not make Guan feel desolate towards everything because he was not only able to peer but also to change and even manipulate. Beings of lower realms could not detect this manipulation and would only sink in fate. One stick of incense later, Guan completed his painting of Ji Xiaoyu. He saw Shenzhen still in a self-forgetting state, so he couldn't help but turn his gaze towards other worlds. Jianghu was temporarily safe, and in the long years to come, his power would grow continuously until he became the demon emperor of the Tai's great world. Compared to him, Guan was more concerned about another person. That was Zhu Shi, the former lord of the Holy Court, Saint Heaven reincarnation. After being sent out of the celestial spirit great world by the immortal seeker, she came to a domain not part of the great thousand worlds to make her way, a place that also had heaven and earth, but without the rules of the great world. Guan had only recently in the last 10,000 years caught track of Zhu Shi. At this moment, she was making her way through an ancient secret realm, said to be the dojo of a Daoist emperor, filled with mechanisms and its own world. Sir the Novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. This Daoist emperor made Guan feel familiar. Emperor Ziwei. This emperor had appeared in the life of the Black Profound Emperor and was the strongest in talent he had ever encountered. Now recalling it, Guan felt that this Emperor Ziwei was very extraordinary. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know it report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 609, Stealing Heaven. Immortal Sect and Emperor Ziwei. Under the Black Night, ghostly figures in white robes drifted across the hills and fields, their forms ethereal, like phantoms, making not a sound. Amidst the forest, Zhu Shi took in this spectacle, her eyebrows tightly furrowed. She slowly retreated into the shadows. She turned around and walked towards the deeper parts of the forest. Moonlight filtered through the gaps between the leaves, illuminating her figure draped in a deep purple long garment, her hair pinned atop her head, exuding an air of authority and spirit. Having left the celestial spirit great world tens of thousands of years ago, her experiences had already transformed her. She approached a stone statue in the forest, her hand gently caressing the statue while she muttered an enigmatic and complex incantation. Moments later, a luminescent green figure flew out from within the statue, an old crone in a Daoist robe, akin to a soul body, her face covered in black spots, especially frightening to behold. She looked at Zhu Shi, chuckling, "Are you at a loss?" Zhu Shi stepped back and asked, "Speak then, how shall we cooperate, and what must I give?" The old crone peered at Zhu Shi, her face full of mockery. "It's simple, let me take temporary possession of you. I will leave your body once we are out." Upon hearing this, Zhu's eyes frown deepened. Each of those lost souls surpasses you in cultivation level, and they simply cannot step into this forest, unless you wish to stay here forever. This is your only chance, as long as you trust me, the old crone persisted, her gaze burning into Zhu Shi. She paused, then added, "Don't forget, you would already be dead without me." Zhu's eyes flickered, caught in indecision. For a long time, Zhu Shi looked up at the old woman and said, "I can agree to your terms. Now tell me your name, and the origins of this Daoist field." The old crone revealed a smile. "I am called the Stealing Mystery Heavenly Maiden. This Daoist field was left by Emperor Ziwei. He set this place as a seal, and the most terrifying thing here isn't the lost souls. He left behind an avatar here, intended for revival, as I see it." Emperor Ziwei? Zhu Shi silently noted down the name, then said, "Let's begin then." The stealing mystery heavenly maiden asked with a smirk, "Do you need my help to snatch some opportunities? I know where the good treasures are hidden." She shook her head, "No need, let's just get out of here soon." The corners of the stealing mystery heavenly maiden's mouth curled up, and then she burrowed into Zhu's eye's body. Instantly, the stone statue burst with green light, swiftly enveloping her. She closed her eyes, welcoming all that was happening. Guan, in the Daoist field of the beginningless far away, raised his eyebrows slightly. This stealing mystery heavenly maiden came from the Stealing Heaven Immortal sect. The Stealing Heaven Immortal sect belonged to the Emperor of Eternal Life. Although he was not the founder, the Emperor of Eternal Life had left his mark within the karma and destiny of the Stealing Heaven Immortal sect. Guan's ability to cultivate the immortal emperors was due to the inheritance left by a former sect hierarch of the Stealing Heaven Immortal sect. The immortal emperors had boundless mystical uses, and at the very least, his immortal emperor's divine power could reverse everything. Guan could feel that a part of stealing mystery heavenly maiden's karma belonged to the Emperor of Eternal Life. Before leaving the Stealing Heaven Immortal sect, the Emperor of Eternal Life left behind many inheritances, and stealing mystery heavenly maiden had received one. Could it be that all the lost souls in this Daoist field were from the Stealing Heaven Immortal sect? And there was no knowledge if the profound demon emperor was still safe? For that existence who had always aided the Emperor of Eternal Life, Guan had a profound impression. The profound demon emperor could be said to be the most loyal disciple of the Stealing Heaven Immortal sect, spending his whole life trying to restore it. Speaking of which, since the Stealing Heaven Immortal sect offended the Celestial Court, they could only flee all over, and now being suppressed here by Emperor Ziwei, could it be the will of the Celestial Court? Guan remembered Emperor Ziwei bore an uncanny resemblance to Emperor Ziwei. Emperor Ziwei was the master of the Immortal Palace when the Celestial Spirit God and the Celestial Spirit Immortal Venerable met, a god of the Celestial Court. CTH Novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Guan continued to observe Zhu's eyes' actions. In his memory, she was very cautious, and he didn't think she would normally leave her destiny in the hands of others. After being possessed by the stealing mystery heavenly maiden, she utilized a unique secret technique to quietly leave the forest. Along the way, she encountered many lost souls, all very powerful, some even of the golden immortal rank, but none noticed her. In the blink of an eye, time shifted to noon the next day, and Shenzhen finally woke up. Guan stood up, not bothering to ask what she had realized, but left after dropping these words, "Don't be so fixated all the time. Sometimes, taking a break for a while can be more helpful." By the time Shenzhen came to her senses, she could no longer see his figure. "Indeed, I seem to have become quite obsessed lately, always trying to pursue enlightenment. It appears I've been stimulated by that kid, Tianhao," Shenzhen murmured to herself as she stood up to tidy up the easel. Her mood was still fairly good. Although she hadn't made any breakthroughs, she had all the time in the world to comprehend it. In the Daoist field of the beginningless, she never had to worry about danger and felt as if time was extraordinarily lengthy. As she was wondering whether to write a book or go shopping at the Jianghu sect, she was in the midst of a life and death battle. Suspended in the cosmic void, she stood with a long sword in her hand, her expression blank as she stared at the stealing heaven's profound mystery in front of her. The profound mystery had become younger than before, her features bewitchingly beautiful, with only a few dark spots remaining on her face. She glared at Zhu and asked through gritted teeth, "What cultivation technique did you practice? How did it protect your divine soul?" Zhu raised her sword toward her and said, "The Daoist unique venerate skill. Have you ever heard of it?" The color drained from stealing heaven's profound mystery's face. In an instant, the void around them changed color, and twisting green light appeared in every direction, making the void seem like an illusion realm. "Whose disciple are you from the Celestial Court?" Stealing heaven's profound mystery asked in a deep voice, her eyes filled with hatred. Zhu snorted coldly, "I have nothing to do with the Celestial Court. I'm just an ordinary person from a mortal realm. If you insist on taking over my flesh, then let's fight to the death. May it be your soul scattering or my body and Tao being annihilated, it's all a matter of skill." When she spoke these words, she exuded the aura of the holy quartz Xingtian, an aura cultivated from being unmatched for years, fearless in the face of anything. Stealing heaven's profound mystery suddenly opened her arms, and in an instant, numerous figures appeared amidst the twisting green light, like countless arrows raining down on Zhu Xi. Before Zhu Xi could confront these figures, a green beam of light descended from the sky, enveloping her. Everything happened too rapidly, so fast that Zhu Xi couldn't dodge in time. "Do you dare to be so audacious in front of me?" Stealing heaven's profound mystery said with scorn. The figures that moved towards Zhu Xi quickly surrounded the green light pole, forming layers upon layers in an arrangement resembling a formation. Upon closer inspection, these figures greatly resembled the lost souls from the secret realm she had encountered before. Zhu Xi was unable to move, feeling as if she was being consumed by countless ants. She didn't despair. Jin Qi started to emanate from her body, circling around her. Gradually, golden lines appeared on her forehead, interwoven, resembling a golden lotus blooming upon her brow. Stealing heaven's profound mystery's pupils dilated suddenly. Just as she was about to speak, the golden lotus on Zhu Xi's forehead burst forth with dazzling golden light, piercing the green light and annihilating the soul's shadows along its path. In a flash, Stealing heaven's profound mystery dodged to the side, appearing in another location. Just as she appeared, she fixed her gaze and saw that Zhu Xi's figure was no longer inside the formation she had created. Boom! A sword light suddenly attacked, and Zhu Xi appeared out of nowhere behind her, severing her head with a single strike. The sword light extended infinitely after the cut, eliminating the twisting green light in the void and returning everything to darkness. Stealing heaven's profound mystery's head spun in the void, locking eyes with Zhu Xi's sword-wielding figure. Stealing heaven's profound mystery was furious, her alluring face contorting with rage. Just as she attempted to retaliate, a hand suddenly grabbed her head, rendering her motionless. Her eyes widened as she cried out, "Who?" Zhu Xi stopped, her eyes filled with dread as she saw the figure gripping Stealing heaven's profound mystery's head. It was a man dressed in a dragon-patterned purple robe, wearing an imperial crown with hanging beads, his garments exquisite, and behind him, 18 purple-scaled flood dragons twisted in the air, his face utterly indifferent. Emperor Ziwei. How is this possible? Stealing heaven's profound mystery cried out in shock, but before she could finish, Emperor Ziwei crushed her soul head, and her soul body dissipated with it, gone without a trace. After doing all this, Emperor Ziwei's indifferent gaze fell upon Zhu Xi, causing her to shudder in fear. She was horrified to realize she could find no escape, her instinct telling her that if she dared move, she would be immediately annihilated. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know it report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 610, Immortal Emperors I Battles Emperor Ziwei stared at Zhu Xi, not uttering a word. His gaze was so indifferent, as the murky void fell silent, a suffocating atmosphere spreading to its extremities. Zhu Xi felt the aura of the thief of the profound mystique completely vanish, and her heart rose to her throat. Before her death, the thief of the profound mystique had revealed this person's true identity. Emperor Ziwei. The master of that terrifying dojo from earlier. She knew what being called an emperor represented. She was chasing that very path, but the journey to become a Daoist emperor was incredibly arduous. Those who could claim the title were all possessed of unsurpassed destiny and peerless talent. A fully accomplished Daoist emperor was even more terrifying, possessing the ability to not fear the immortal gods. Who taught you the Daoist unique venerate skill? Asked Emperor Ziwei, his voice icy cold, an endless tide of killing intent overwhelming Zhu Xi. Without control, Zhu Xi blurted out 4 words, "Immortal Seeker." Having spoken, her heart was thrown into turmoil. What was going on? Why couldn't she restrain herself from speaking the truth? Emperor Ziwei narrowed his eyes, murmuring to himself, "It's him," as unsettled as ever. He continued asking Zhu Xi, "Besides him, do you have another master? What is his name?" He could sense that the immortal seeker's influence on Zhu Xi wasn't significant, and Zhu Xi was burdened with even greater karma. Zhu Xi's complexion changed dramatically. She opened her mouth, trying with all her might to suppress the urge to speak, but she couldn't hold it back. Yes, he is Gu. Zhu Zai's voice suddenly stopped, as she felt the bindings around her disappear. She reacted swiftly, turning to flee. Her speed was incredible, covering an immense distance in the blink of an eye. However, no matter where she flew in the void, the surroundings looked extremely similar, as if she hadn't moved at all. Emperor Ziwei didn't chase after Zhu Xi but frowned in the direction of her escape. He lifted his right hand, his robe billowing, and the entire void changed color. Zhu Xi, fleeing at full speed, seemed to sense something. She turned her head, her eyes widening in shock. Behind her in the void emerged 18 enormous draconic shadows, as if occupying the whole space, full of visual impact. They writhed freely, bearing fangs and claws, appearing shockingly terrifying. Zhu Xi stopped, not because she didn't want to escape, but because the space around her suddenly solidified, rendering her unable to move. What was most terrifying was an invisible force compelling her to turn around, as if a hand was seizing her, spinning her back. The Zhu Xi of the profound Yuan-free immortal realm had no way to resist this power. Despair filled her eyes. The gap was too great, so vast she couldn't use any secret techniques or divine skills. As the 18 dreadful draconic shadows closed in, Zhu Xi wanted to end her own life but found she was unable to do so. Since you want to protect her, why not show yourself, spoke Emperor Ziwei, causing Zhu Xi to be astonished. Someone was protecting her? Was it possible that her earlier escape wasn't because Emperor Ziwei was distracted, but that another force was secretly aiding her? She struggled to turn her head to see what lay behind her. In the corner of her eye, the void remained pitch black, like the abyss, invisible to sight. The more this was true, the more uneasy Zhu Xi became. She was very clear about her own past. What possible backing could she have that could contend with Emperor Ziwei? She felt it was more likely that another terrifying being was maneuvering her. Having left the celestial spirit great world for tens of thousands of years, she indeed had been involved in many karmic consequences which she didn't fully understand. Zhu Xi looked back at Emperor Ziwei, her gaze no longer filled with despair but returning to her usual calmness. If worst came to worst, she would die. Immortal Emperor's eye? Truly a rarity, no wonder you want to protect her. Emperor Ziwei's voice rang out once again, his voice becoming even colder, and the 18 enormous dragon shadows that twisted at will also stopped in their tracks. Hearing this, Zhu Xi turned her head to look again, and this time, her pupils involuntarily dilated. She saw a pair of eyes. A pair of spectacular and terrifying eyes, the visual impact of which was no less than that of Emperor Ziwei's 18 dragon shadows. In these eyes shone dark purple pupils, eerie and mysterious. The eyes were so vast, like the eyes of the universe, that they made Nzin's soul tremble. What kind of eyes were these? Zhu Xi could not imagine the realm of the owner of these eyes. Although this mortal body isn't very powerful, if you want to save her from my grasp, let's see just how capable you are. Emperor Ziwei's voice came from the depths of the void, and as his words ended, the 18 giant dragon shadows moved. They moved like thunder, and the entire void seemed to shatter all at once. The Tao rules stirred up a strong wind that rushed at Zhu Xi, forcing her to close her eyes instinctively, her body and mind in extreme discomfort. At this moment, she felt like a drowning mortal, in pain, suffering, terrified, yet powerless, only able to endure this kind of torture. Fortunately, the torture came suddenly and left just as quickly. The wild force assaulting Zhu Xi disappeared in an instant, and she then felt a warm power enveloping her. Snap! Her shoulder was suddenly patted, startling her into opening her eyes. A new light shone in her eyes as she saw the once invincible dragon shadows starting to obliterate as if being burned by an invisible fire. This scene filled her with surprise. She instinctively turned her head to look but saw no one else. The feeling of her shoulder being patted seemed to have been an illusion. However, those mysterious giant eyes known as the Immortal Emperor's eyes remained. They were so calm, silently watching Emperor Ziwei's dragon shadows become undone. Looking at the Immortal Emperor's eyes again, Zhu Xi unexpectedly felt a sense of familiarity. It seemed she had seen these eyes somewhere before. Wait. Could it be? Zhu Zai's eyes widened with excitement, her body trembling uncontrollably. It was her mentor. Long ago in the celestial spirit great world, she had never been able to see through Gu An's cultivation level. She had always thought her mentor came from another great thousand world, but she could never have imagined her mentor was so powerful, and moreover, that he could come to rescue her. An immense surprise overwhelmed her, making her feel as though she was in a dream. Until the dragon's shadows vanished, Emperor Ziwei's voice did not rise again. She didn't understand what had happened, but it was clear that her mentor had won. Run away, continue chasing the path of the great Tao. Gu An's voice entered Zhu Zai's ears, rousing her, and she immediately flew towards the immortal emperor's eyes. Along the way, the view was dazzling, with star nebulae surging like dragons, the scenery before her eyes enchanting. She found that even flying at full speed, she still couldn't get close to the immortal emperor's eyes. The distance between them seemed eternally insurmountable. Sir the Oval Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. She didn't feel lost, instead, she felt her mentor was guiding her. Looking at the majestic immortal emperor's eyes in the distance, Zhu Zai's eyes were filled with longing. How many years would she need to cultivate to reach such a realm? Meanwhile, far away at Human World Peak, Guan stood at the edge of a cliff, gazing at the horizon, his eyes reflecting the image of Zhu Xi. This time, he had not personally intervened, but it was enough to deal with Emperor Ziwei. This Emperor Ziwei, although not the true form, possessed the cultivation level of the balancing heaven golden immortal realm perfection, even more powerful than the celestial spirit god. Regrettably, defeating Emperor Ziwei did not grant him lifespan, leading him to speculate more about Emperor Ziwei. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know if report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 611, Golden Extreme God Guan watched Zhu Xi leave through the void, using his own Tao intent to carve a path for her that crossed the universe. Although Zhu Xi had already reached the Xingtian tier before she paid homage to him as her mentor, they had, after all, spent many years together, and he wouldn't skimp on giving her a hand. Of course, the reason he dared to make a move was because he had no fear of Emperor Ziwei. Not just Emperor Ziwei, Guan also didn't sense any danger following the cause and effect linked to Emperor Ziwei. Naturally, he still held the celestial court in awe and thus did not directly confront Emperor Ziwei. His fate pen and infinite sword book could be used to strike enemies from afar, and over tens of thousands of years, apart from refining Tao treasures, he had been continuously strengthening both the fate pen and the infinite sword book. Some things need not be used, but cannot be too weak. In his unmatched years, Guan enjoyed conjuring enemies for himself. He would even imagine facing the entire celestial court. A figure arrived beside Guan. It was Zhu Xinglan, his foremost disciple from the main peak of Human World Peak. Tens of thousands of years might seem long to mortals, but for disciples of a major sect like the Human World Peak, it wasn't considered very long. Over these years, Zhu Xinglan maintained utmost respect for Guan and was very organized in handling matters, so Guan would, from time to time, give him some guidance. However, the two were not in a true mentor-disciple relationship, and Guan didn't truly wish to take him as a disciple. Master, Tao Court has invited Human World Peak for a second discourse on the Tao, and the main peak would like you to attend as well, Zhu Xinglan said respectfully. Guan had always maintained the cultivation level of the first tier of Human World Peak. Not only did he hold a high position and wield significant power, but heaven-defining peak had also become the second most important peak after the main peak. I need to travel and see the world. When the time comes, we'll see. I might as well head towards Tao Court. If I can make it, then that's good. If not, they won't miss my presence, Guan casually replied. Zhu Xinglan smiled helplessly but dared not insist further. After all these years, Guan was always like this, free from any mercenary interests. He figured it out. Gu An's choice to join Human World Peak was likely due to Bai Zia's invitation, casually accepted in his laid-back manner. Zhu Xinglan began to speak of other matters. The current era teemed with emerging prodigies, with ancient great cultivators unable to overshadow the luster of the younger generation. As each peerless prodigy rose, various myths emerged as if those peerless figures were immortal gods descending from the celestial court. Take Tian Hao as an example. The followers of the heavenly Tao claimed he was the reincarnation of profound star immortal monarch, the fiercest immortal in the mortal world on a trial. Zhu Xinglan too longed for the elegance of those peerless prodigies. In recent millennia, he had been actively searching for unparalleled talents for heaven-defining peak. Unfortunately, he found many talented individuals, but none could compare with the first-rate talents of the world. Guan merely listened, not really interested in cultivating peerless prodigies for human world peak. Once Zhu Shi was completely safe, he retracted his thoughts and headed down the mountain, with Zhu Xinglan keeping him company, eager to chat more. Even after tens of thousands of years, Zhu Xinglan still had no clue about Guan's origins. Before joining human world peak, from which sect had Guan come? This remained a curiosity for him. It was precisely this curiosity that made him look forward to Guan, hoping Guan would bring surprises to human world peak. Unfortunately, he was once again disappointed. After spending half a day at human world peak, Guan returned to Daoist field of the beginningless. Deep in the universe, at the world gate. Seated in meditation before the world gate, the celestial spirit god suddenly opened his eyes and stood up, facing the gate. The world gate burst forth with a blinding light, and an immense celestial Tao aura flowed forth like dispersing fog, mighty and overwhelming. Amidst the vast celestial Tao flame, a figure stepped out from within the world gate. It was a towering figure clad in golden armor, his presence no weaker than the celestial spirit god. The armor he wore contrasted starkly with the celestial spirit god's silver armor, and the light emitted by both was equally brilliant, locked in a standoff. "It's been a long time, celestial spirit god." The man in golden armor stopped in his tracks. He stood before the world gate, looking at the celestial spirit god, and spoke with a voice like rolling thunder, causing the surrounding celestial Tao flame to tremble. The celestial spirit god wore an expressionless face and asked, "Golden extreme god, why do you leave the great thousand world you guard to come to mine?" The golden extreme god lifted his right hand, revealing a golden token in his palm with two characters engraved. Profound residence. The gaze of the celestial spirit god remained unchanged as he continued, "The profound star immortal monarch is really quite audacious." The golden extreme god snorted coldly, "That's none of your concern, and even your former master, Emperor Ziwei, has no right to pry into the affairs of an immortal monarch." The celestial spirit god fell silent for a moment, then slowly turned aside to make way for the golden extreme god. The golden extreme god stepped forward, passing by the celestial spirit god, where gold and silver lights merged, and flames surged. After walking 10 steps forward, the golden extreme god halted, slightly tilted his head, and glanced at the celestial spirit god from the corner of his eye. "The immortal monarch appreciates you. Back in the immortal palace of Emperor Ziwei, he saw that your potential was far beyond that of a celestial god, and you could go much farther. Once this matter is settled, I shall ascend to be a celestial Tao star monarch, and you will still have a chance to consider it. When I return here, I expect an answer from you." CTH Novelier. N.E.T. website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. With that, he vanished into thin air, leaving behind only strands of golden flames drifting away. The celestial spirit god watched the direction the golden extreme god had left, a look of contempt flickering in his eyes, then returned to his meditation spot. Time flowed like a gentle stream, 100 years passed as swiftly as a single day. Inside the Daoist field of the beginningless. Midway up the mountain, Guan sat on a tree branch, giving an Xian guidance on cultivating divine skills, while his gaze lingered on the golden extreme god who had descended into the human world a century ago. This golden extreme god possessed the cultivation level of the late stage of the heaven-balancing golden immortal realm and was on the cusp of breaking through to the perfection realm. After coming to the human world, the golden extreme god did not cause much disturbance. He wandered the human world, created secret realms, divine statues, and left behind legacies, even offering guidance to some beings with exceptional talent, causing these beings to acquire the celestial Tao destiny. Since the golden extreme god was not committing evil deeds, Guan naturally had no reason to oppose him. Perhaps there was some scheme of the celestial court behind this, but for these beings, it indeed represented a significant chance, even altering their lives. The profound star immortal monarch seemed to want to make the celestial spirit great world a world that worships him. The reason for not showing himself was probably fear of the celestial court's dissatisfaction. Do the immortal gods of the celestial court also need the masses to bolster their destiny? Guan found this quite amusing. The way of destiny has existed since ancient times. Gathering a group of people's fortunes together can foster a greater power of protection. Guan had seen into the Golden Extreme God's future. If he did not intervene, the Golden Extreme God, due to arrogance, would face the challenge of the champion of this realm. After being suppressed repeatedly, the Golden Extreme God would grow increasingly impatient, becoming brutal in his interactions, thus tarnishing his image in the hearts of all beings and affecting the profound star immortal monarch as well. In the end, the Golden Extreme God would be captured by a force from beyond the skies, serving as a resolution for the beings. The Golden Extreme God, Emperor Ziwei, profound star immortal monarch, Guan felt the mystique of the celestial court gradually revealing itself to him, yet he still couldn't fathom just how powerful the celestial court truly was. He sensed that celestial gods like the celestial spirit god and the Golden Extreme God must be at the lowest tier of the celestial Tao immortal position. For a universe like the celestial spirit great world to be controlled by the lowest tier immortal god, even if the 3,000 great worlds joined forces, they would pose no threat to the celestial court. Master, why is this calamity absolute I so difficult to practice? Is it part of the way of destiny or the way of cause and effect? Enzin's voice came from below, drawing Guan to turn and look at her. Guan replied, it will become whichever great Tao you want it to be. What he taught was not only the calamity absolute I, but also the methods of cultivating the immortal emperor's I, to see whether an Xian could successfully practice them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know it report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 612, Tianhao's Destiny. The rise of the immortal emperor's I and Xian had taken a profound interest in the calamity absolute I since she began cultivating it. She believed that the divine power had infinite mystical uses, not just limited to calamities, and she cherished the opportunity to be mentored individually by Guan. Guan felt that an Xian indeed held the potential to master the immortal emperor's I. He chose to impart the immortal emperor's I only to an Xian because her comprehension was continuously improving at a pace unmatched by others. She was growing into another and how. While Guan watched the Golden Extreme God instructing the geniuses of the human world, he preached to an Xian, helping her to better enter the state of enlightenment required for the immortal emperor's I. At the same time, he pondered when to make his breakthrough. For his next breakthrough, he planned not to enhance his Daoist technique but to advance directly. Why bother enhancing the Daoist technique first when he already felt quite powerful, having recently comprehended the path of power, strengthening his methods for crossing the tribulation? Indeed, either method would consume a vast lifespan, and he could not judge which was better. He just needed to accumulate enough lifespan. Instead of worrying about which method conserved more lifespan, it was better to save up more. Using 2 trillion years of lifespan should likely stabilize the breakthrough. If need be, he would wait until he reached 3 trillion years of lifespan before making his breakthrough. With the Golden Extreme God residing in the Celestial Spirit Great World for many years and the presence of the Celestial Spirit God, it was unlikely that this world would encounter a cataclysm. Currently, the Celestial Spirit Great World did not need Guan's protection. The profound star immortal monarch hidden in the shadows would also devise ways to protect this realm. A spring breeze fluttered past, drifting a tender green leaf over Enzin's head as she opened her eyes and pondered, her pupils shimmering with a strange light. The passage of time left no mark in her eyes. Seas had become mulberry fields, and the stars had shifted. Another myriad years passed. This year, just after the new year, an Xian still resided midway up the mountain cultivating the immortal emperor's I. Her cultivation level remained at the carefree primordial immortal realm. No one in the Daoist field of the beginningless had yet crossed this major realm, but the number of disciples reaching the carefree primordial immortal realm was increasing. As for Tianhao, he was not counted among those in the dojo since he always went out for experiential training. After 10,000 years of intensive research, an Xian finally developed her own understanding of the immortal emperor's eye. She discovered that her ability in the Calamity Absolute Eye seemed not just a divine power, but more like a secret technique that altered her bloodline, which made her even more hopeful about this divine skill. Over the years, she had reduced her outings, dedicating most of her time to cultivation. Her master had said that once she mastered it, she could catch up to Tianhao, perhaps even surpass him. This statement was true. Guan genuinely believed that the immortal emperor's eye had the merit to challenge the immortal gods of the celestial court. The profound demon emperor had once said that if the immortal emperor's eye were fully developed, the celestial court would surely take notice, indicating their fear of its power. Indeed, the immortal emperor's eye was formidable. Guan anticipated Nzin's use of the immortal emperor's eye divine power with its ability to reverse anything. Although powerful, the immortal emperor's eye was not suitable for everyone. Should individuals like LV Xian and Chinchuan attempt it, it could potentially hinder their cultivation. Even though an Xian had the strongest comprehension within the dojo, after 10,000 years of cultivating the immortal emperor's eye, she had grasped only a fraction of its essence, demonstrating the difficulty of mastering it. Senior sister. A voice thundered across the celestial vault, startling the birds in the forest and capturing Nzin's attention. With such a loud voice, it had to be Tianhao. Every time Tianhao returned from his training trips, he would visit the dojo, bringing gifts for everyone. No matter his achievements, he maintained his respect for his senior sister and Xian. Indeed, everyone knew that Guan was most fond of his disciple and Xian, and she truly lived up to the responsibility, often helping her fellow dojo disciples achieve their desires. Tianhao quickly descended in front of an Xian, raising his hand in salute. After many years apart, his aura had grown even stronger. An Xian nodded to him and asked, "Have you made any breakthroughs in your cultivation level?" Tianhao smiled and said, "I just broke through to the Dao Void Profound Immortal Realm." An Xian fell silent. They were stuck at the Carefree Primordial Immortal Realm, where breakthroughs were rare in 10,000 years, yet Tianhao seemed to feel the hindrances in his cultivation and continued to advance rapidly. Dao Void Profound Immortal, an Xian felt the gap between herself and Tianhao widening. She couldn't help but doubt herself. Even if she mastered this divine skill, could she really stand on equal footing with Tianhao? Such confusion passed in an instant. She decided to trust her master, for without her master, where would she be today? Her master had no reason to deceive her. "How have you been in recent years?" An Xian adjusted her attitude and asked with concern. Though Tianhao called her senior sister, in her eyes, he was a junior. Tianhao and Xingtian didn't truly consider themselves as disciples either. Their attitude toward an Xian was indeed like that of juniors towards an elder. CTH Novelfire, net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Hearing Nzin's inquiry, Tianhao was delighted and began to share his experiences over the years. He had visited many places, spreading the renown of the Jianghu sect far and wide, and with his strength, the Jianghu sect had become a world-renowned sect, bringing many benefits to the sect. Tianhao had defeated countless geniuses and great powers, but he still vividly remembered the mysterious genius he had encountered in the Yin-Yang immortal domain. "That person is the only one I've given my all and still could not defeat. I really want to fight him again," Tianhao remarked sincerely. Nzin's expression turned odd. Someone was able to suppress Tianhao within the same realm. She couldn't believe it. Could it be that master was disguising himself to play with Tianhao, to prevent this young man from becoming arrogant? The more she thought about it, the more it seemed possible. Such an opponent had neither hurt Tianhao nor left a name. Everything seemed so coincidental, so mysterious. This indeed sounded like something her master would do. She did not voice her conjecture but instead smiled and said, "Having an opponent is a good thing. He has always been an inspiration to you. Sooner or later, you will meet again. What you need to do is maintain your cultivation attitude before then and not give yourself reasons for regret." Tianhao nodded, then smiled and said, "If you and the others also ventured out, with the Dao treasures in your hands, you could certainly make a great name for yourselves." He had always been puzzled by one thing: why did the master only allow him to go out for training? Qin Chuan and Xing Tian had expressed their envy in private more than once. An Xian shook her head and said, "We would not venture out, we will always accompany the master." Accompany? Tian Hao was even more confused. The master often went out too. He didn't dare to discuss the master, and quickly changed the subject. The two talked for a while longer. Tian Hao then took out the prepared gift and bid farewell. An Xian played with the jade hairpin given by Tian Hao, squinting her eyes as she watched his departing figure. Huh? An Xian was surprised inwardly. She saw a peculiar kind of destiny around Tian Hao, entwining him like a dragon, radiating scorching light. What was that destiny? Curious, an Xian pondered. Then, her face showed delight. She raised her hand to touch her eyes, feeling a mysterious power surging within them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 613, Hongmeng Great World Reuniting with Tian Hao. An Xian unexpectedly felt the power of the immortal emperor's eye. She closed her eyes, deeply immersing herself in understanding. Far away, within the Jianghu sect, drinking, Guan also sensed the occurrence. Perception between immortal emperor's eyes was exceptionally sharp. He felt both relieved and curious. Could it be the destiny of innate immortal gods that stimulates the immortal emperor's eye? Wait. Could the immortal emperor's eye be the pathway to innate immortal gods? Is this also why the celestial court fears the immortal emperor's eye? Guan speculated thus, but he couldn't be sure. After all, he hadn't yet seen the celestial court. Brother Gu, what are you thinking about? Why aren't you drinking? The cultivator sitting opposite Guan asked with a smile. He was a good friend Guan had made in the Jianghu sect in recent years, named Guanqiu. The two were fair-weather friends, not concerns for each other's cultivation progress. If they met, they would simply enjoy wine and meat, and chat about the pleasures of life. Guanqiu's appearance wasn't handsome, but his cheerful personality, combined with his bright smile, easily closed the distance with others. Guan revealed a smile, saying, "I was just wondering when the geishas you spoke of would appear in the city." Guanqiu laughed, shaking his head in amusement. "This is the Jianghu sect, how could there be such a place of song and dance? If you're interested, they'll take you to the imperial city later, where the noble officials of the human world know how to enjoy." The two chatted on this topic for quite some time. Eventually, Guanqiu was the first to stand up and say goodbye, lamenting, "I've got to go out on another mission, to alleviate suffering and difficulty. I fear it may be years before I can return." He was just an ordinary lower-level disciple of the Jianghu sect, so for him, a few years was quite long. Guan offered him a blessing, then watched him depart. When Guanqiu had left, Guan drank alone, his gaze passing through the window, appreciating the scenery on the street. Even within a major sect like the Jianghu sect, cultivators of all realms were striving for their own destiny. Guan had already seen, while drinking, that Guanqiu would encounter hardships on his journey, even be tortured by demon cultivators to the point of preferring death, but he did not intervene. Guanqiu would meet the golden extreme god during the most desperate moment of his life, marking a turning point. The drinking buddies Guan had made in the Jianghu sect long exceeded 10,000. Many had entered reincarnation, and others had forgotten him. Among these friends, Guanqiu was very ordinary, but due to the arrival of the golden extreme god, he would embark on an extraordinary legendary path. Brother Guan, while the path ahead is perilous, the night will always pass. Guan picked up a bowl of wine, muttering to himself before tossing it down the building. This action signified the end of their cause and effect relationship. It wasn't that Guan intentionally wanted to sever ties, rather, Guanqiu would no longer be his drinking buddy, and he wouldn't retain his current radiant smile. "Who's there? Why are you throwing wine downstairs?" A beautiful female disciple shouted angrily, covering her head, looking up, but no longer able to see Guan's figure. The cultivators passing by on the street glanced at her, yet no one approached to strike up a conversation. Elsewhere, Guan walked through the forest, humming a tune, and started his lifespan breakthrough as he walked. It was time to break through. As the thought settled, a series of prompts popped up before his eyes. You have initiated the lifespan breakthrough function. Based on your current realm, the following breakthrough locations are selected for you: 1. Path of the Great Tao. 2. Fallen Divine Realm. 3. Abyss Tao Sea. 4. Celestial Extreme 9 Heavens. 5. Tao Origin Ancestor Tree. 6. Ling Mountain. 7. Tai Chin Deep Realm. 8. Misty Immortal Court. 9. Hongmeng Great World. Most of the place names had appeared before. It was a good thing that the desperate celestial tomb hadn't. At least Guan wouldn't be entangled in sin anymore. Looking at Ling Mountain and the Misty Immortal Court, Guan felt a bit hesitant. Should he represent the Emperor of Eternal Life and revisit his old haunts? Forget it. After becoming the sect hierarch of the Stealing Heaven Immortal sect, the Emperor of Eternal Life might have already caught the attention of the Celestial Court. It was not worth the risk. C.Th. Nelfer. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Guan's attention was drawn to the Hongmeng Great World. The two characters Hongmeng were evidently not simple. In the myths of Wuxia from his previous life, Hongmeng represented the ancient. It represented the starting point of everything. There was even a saying that Hongmeng existed before chaos. Why not go there? Guan hesitated for a moment, then made a decision. To teleport to the Hongmeng Great World, it will require 10 billion years of lifespan. Do you wish to proceed? 10 trillion years of lifespan to Guan now was hardly anything to consider. He agreed without hesitation. Immediately following was the familiar sense of discomfort, causing him to close his eyes, deprived of his senses. After a while, his senses returned, and he opened his eyes. What entered his vision was a vast and boundless universe, filled with a faint purple haze, where he could see stars, continents, and spectacular nebulae like no other. He immediately activated his lifespan barrier, then resumed observing the Hongmeng Great World. Once the lifespan barrier was up, his heart was completely at ease. At a glance, the universe seemed boundless. Even as a heaven-opening Daoist immortal like him, he couldn't see the end in one look. This place's stars and continents showed no signs of life. Everything seemed dead and silent. Could this be a desolate great thousand world? Guan thought curiously, but feeling the spiritual energy drifting in the universe, he believed that with such spiritual energy, life should have been nurtured. The Tao rules here were very intact and even richer. It was the place with the densest Tao rules among all the worlds he had been to. Being born in such a universe, when a living being first gains spiritual intelligence, the power it possessed would be at a height unattainable by all beings in the celestial spirit great world in their whole lives. After watching for a long time and not seeing any living beings, he gave up and then summoned his attribute panel. Name: Guan. Lifespan: 82:0002/2014-000-089-137. Physique: primordial reincarnation, undying body. Cultivation level: heaven opening Daoist immortal realm perfection. Unknowingly, he had already reached the age of 80,202. Recalling the past, he felt somewhat emotional. Could those old friends from the Supreme Sect have imagined that he would reach such heights in his cultivation today? 2 trillion years of lifespan was Guan's confidence for a breakthrough. He immediately invested lifespan into his cultivation level, starting with 10 trillion years of lifespan. You practice Qi absorption cultivation for 1 trillion years. Your great achievement in the Daoist dominator skill forcefully impacts the Miaozhen Daoist immortal realm. Starting crossing the tribulation, you did not endure the lawless and unrestrained creation of the great celestial tribulation. Crossing the tribulation failed. You practiced Qi absorption cultivation for 2 trillion years. Your great achievement in the Daoist dominator skill forcefully impacts the Miaozhen Daoist immortal realm. Starting crossing the tribulation, you did not endure the lawless and unrestrained creation of the great celestial tribulation. Crossing the tribulation failed. One line of prompts after another fell. 10 trillion years of lifespan could only suffice for 10 breakthrough attempts, ending as usual in failure. Guan felt in his heart that lifespan was becoming increasingly less reliable, but looking at the 5 characters of Miaozhen Daoist immortal, his heart was full of anticipation. As long as he could successfully break through, no matter how much lifespan it cost, it would be worth it. He changes the number of years of lifespan he invested, pouring in 100 trillion years of lifespan in one go. What boldness! Although he had not yet succeeded, Guan already possessed the spirit of a Miaojin Daluo immortal, or at least, that was how he felt within his heart. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 614, Breakthrough to Miaojin Daluo Immortal Realm Perfection. 1 trillion years of lifespan could endure 100 tribulations. Rapid prompts flashed in front of Guan's eyes, with no change in length, meaning all failed. Guan was not at all panicked. He continued to invest 1 trillion years of his lifespan. His eyes were constantly focused on the prompts in front of him. In the mysterious and eerie Hongmeng Great World, purple mist surged. As Guan continuously invested lifespan, when he had poured in 5 trillion years, his face finally showed a change. He began to have an ominous feeling, but fortunately, he still had 15 trillion years of lifespan left, so there was no need to panic. After investing another 2 trillion years of lifespan, the prompts finally changed. You have practiced Qi absorption cultivation for 87 trillion years. You forcefully attack the Miaojin Daluo immortal realm with the great achievement of the Daoist dominator skill. Begin the tribulation and fail to endure the unrestrained heavenly creation of great celestial tribulation. Tribulation failed. You have practiced Qi absorption cultivation for 88 trillion years. You forcefully attack the Miaojin Daluo immortal realm with the great achievement of the Daoist dominator skill. Begin the tribulation and endure the unrestrained heavenly creation of great celestial tribulation. Tribulation succeeded. Your cultivation level breaks through to the early stage of Miaojin Daluo immortal realm. You have practiced Qi absorption cultivation for 100 trillion years. Your cultivation level has been elevated. At last, a successful breakthrough. A smile bloomed on Guan's face, and the spiritual energy of the Hongmeng Great World surged wildly, with him being swallowed by the Tao light. He didn't stop there, continuing to invest lifespan into his cultivation. The last breakthrough didn't reach the realm of perfection in one go, leaving him somewhat regretful. This time, he must meet his standard. In the end, Guan successfully reached the perfection of Miaojin Daluo immortal realm, with 7.5 trillion years of lifespan still remaining. Guan closed his eyes contentedly, immersing himself in the fortune brought by Miaojin Daluo immortal. As the spiritual energy in the Hongmeng Great World began to surge, the invisible Tao rules also began to tremble, and ethereal auspicious lights appeared in the void, featuring various colors. Towards the end, even lightning appeared within the void, a destructive aura spreading throughout the cosmic vacuum. An hour later, Guan finally broke through to the Miaojin Daluo immortal realm. He still bathed in the Tao light, and sprouts rapidly sprouted from the top of his head, flowering and fruiting. After the fruit grew, it burst into golden light, forming countless points of light, like a galaxy floating above his head. He slowly opened his eyes. The heaven-opening Daluo immortal can create worlds, even though surpassing the ordinary great thousand world, while Miaojin Daluo immortal can transform the world into its own power, condensing the Miaojin Dharma aspect, whose creation is endless. The Miaojin Dharma aspect is composed of the 3,000 great Tao, but one Tao acts as the main body, which is wonderfully similar to the Tao universe known to Guan. This Dharma aspect is different from the immortal Tao Dharma aspect, capable of achieving everything that Miaojin Daluo immortal desires, able to create, destroy, and even devour everything. Guan hesitated. Should his Miaojin Dharma aspect be mainly the path of cause and effect or the path of power? After much deliberation, he decided to make the path of power the main focus. He needed pure strength. Moreover, he was only creating the Miaojin Dharma aspect, not abandoning the path of cause and effect. After deciding, Guan closed his eyes again, creating the Miaojin Dharma aspect deep within his soul. Various thoughts burst from the depths of his mind, making his mood increasingly joyful. The creation process was not strenuous, it was easy and even felt refreshing. Time continued to pass. Middle stage of Miaojin Daluo immortal realm. Late stage of Miaojin Daluo immortal realm. Perfection of Miaojin Daluo immortal realm. Guan opened his eyes, his pupils reflecting silhouettes, all of which were his reincarnation bodies. During the creation of the Miaojin Dharma aspect, Guan thought about the relationship between the heavenly Tao and the celestial court, so he integrated the celestial dragon reincarnation Dharma aspect into the Miaojin Dharma aspect. His reincarnation body would be a god within the Miaozhen Dharma aspect, creating even greater power. Utilizing the Miaozhen Dharma aspect in battle would be an unimaginable method for all living beings. If he wished to oppose the celestial spirit great world, he could, in a single thought, use the Miaozhen Dharma aspect to devour the celestial spirit great world, turning all beings into his slaves and dominating all aspects of their lives, including their spiritual intelligence. This was a terrifying ability. And in the battle between the Miaozhen Daoist immortals, the Miaozhen Dharma aspect would be used to its extreme, resulting in a collision of Great Tao against Great Tao, powerful enough to crush the universe. Guan hadn't completely lost himself. He looked at his attribute panel. He still had 2,100,000,000,000 years of lifespan, not bad. This breakthrough cost a total of 1,800,000,000,000 years of lifespan. For the next breakthrough, at least 5,000,000,000,000 years of lifespan would be required. Guan's mouth curled upward, feeling the surge of his newfound powerful mana, euphoric. This breakthrough also transformed his great Tao intent. His power had undergone an earth-shattering change. The celestial spirit god was getting farther and farther away from him. Guan didn't teleport back immediately. Instead, he cast his gaze towards the edge of the Hongmeng Great World. The Hongmeng Great World had no connection to the path of the Great Tao nor any spacetime channels, seeming like an isolated universe that continuously extended endlessly. There were no beings he recognized here, but there was some kind of will being stirred by the anomalies caused by his breakthrough. Under Guan's gaze, a terrifying figure, almost imperceptible, wandered in the darkness, only perceivable by those possessing the Daoist Dao fruit. Its shape resembled a dragon, its forelimbs and claws were as long as a dragon's body, its head crowned with antler-like appendages that stood tall like mountain peaks. Two river-like entities flowed around its neck, the nature of which even Guan couldn't discern. Celestial Judge Cheong Luo, middle stage of celestial creation Daoist immortal realm 907, 872, 609, 327, 874/2, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000/5, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, such a long number. 5 trillion years of maximum lifespan. If killed, that would be a fortune. Guan thought to himself, of course, he wouldn't do that. He had no desire to become Long Zhan. Besides, he currently needed lifespan, but it wasn't urgent. Guan looked in other directions, curious if there were other beings within the Hongmeng Great World. On looking, indeed, he found many wills. They had no flesh but each was powerful, the weakest among them possessing the cultivation level of a Tai Ching golden immortal realm. The Hongmeng Great World was truly not simple. Suddenly, Guan's gaze fixed in one direction. Far in the distance, infinite Hongmeng purple chi coalesced into a huge egg, larger than the entire celestial spirit great world, surrounded by swirling Hongmeng purple chi. Guan couldn't use lifespan detection on it, nor could he see through its true nature. Though curious, he had no intentions of disturbing it. It appeared the Hongmeng Great World harbored many secrets. Guan watched from within the lifespan barrier for a while before choosing to teleport back. This return trip consumed another 100 billion years of lifespan. Sar the Novel Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Back in the celestial spirit great world, Guan stood in a forest, opening his eyes to see, one by one, great thousand worlds, cosmic domains, little worlds, and mortal realms entering his view. But he couldn't see the Hongmeng Great World. Beyond this universe there was another universe, above this heaven and earth there was another heaven and earth. He seemed to exist in an infinite world, which made him reflect on the enduring nature of the Great Tao. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 615 Celestial God Cataclysm. Guan stood in the forest for a while, then he withdrew his gaze and stepped forward. With one step, he returned to the Daoist field of the beginningless. Due to Tianhao's return, the disciples gathered in Guan's courtyard, creating a lively scene. They listened to Tianhao recount his experiences over the years, occasionally expressing their admiration, giving great face to Tianhao, whose smile never faded. Tianhao was narrating a battle with a peerless genius when his gaze suddenly turned to the courtyard wall, where he saw Gu An's figure. "Master!" Tianhao exclaimed in surprise, drawing the attention of others who turned to look and saw Gu in return, prompting everyone to rise. As Guan walked into the courtyard, Tianhao approached him excitedly, saying, "Master, I've broken through to the Dao Void Profound Immortal Realm." Hearing this, Guan revealed a smile and said, "Not bad, you haven't been negligent. Disciple, your master has broken through to the Miaozhen Daluo Immortal Realm." Guan said this to himself in his heart. He would never reveal his true strength to others, not even to those closest to him. The Dao Void Profound Immortal Realm is strong, but it still falls far short of Guan. Guan walked towards the crowd, with Tianhao following beside him, continuing to share his gains. In front of others, he might be humble, but in front of Guan, he truly sought praise. After a while, everyone sat around the artifact refining cauldron, with Shenzhen and an Xian also arriving, and they all chatted about worldly affairs together. Aside from Tianhao, only an Xian, Shenzhen, Celestial Demon Child, Celestial Cyan, and Tian Bai occasionally ventured out of the dojo. The others always stayed within, cherishing such opportunities to learn about the outside world, hence the spirited atmosphere. Nowadays, in the human world, there are many sects worshipping immortal gods. I used to think these sects were all frauds until hundreds of years ago when I encountered a genius from such a sect, who unleashed power beyond his cultivation level, truly surprising me. Tianhao brought up this topic with a reflective look. He turned to Guan and asked, "Master, how do you view immortal gods? Do real immortal gods exist? I mean those born as gods, controlling everything, not the strong ones cultivated." Everyone else also looked at Guan, anticipating his answer. Guan responded, "In this world constructed by the great Tao, any being you can imagine might indeed exist, but no one possesses absolute power." Tianhao fell into contemplation. The others wondered, compared to immortal gods, who is stronger, our master or the gods? Guan then posed a question to everyone: if thousands of years pass and you have reached the pinnacle of the celestial spirit great world, will you stay here, or seek a higher path? The celestial demon child immediately replied, "Master, wherever you go, I will follow." Blood Prison Great Saint gave her a sharp glance. How could she respond so quickly? To prevent others from following suit with flattery, Guan shook his head and said, "Think carefully about this question, don't rush to answer." He stood up and walked towards his house. Having just made a breakthrough, he prepared to reassess his Miaozhen Dharma aspect. Who knows who will be fortunate enough to first experience the power of his Miaozhen Dharma aspect. Under the sunlight, the summer wind stirred the flowers and grass in the mountains, creating waves of green, a sight so beautiful that it could refresh anyone's soul. Leah stood on a mountain ridge, his expression odd as he looked at the person before him. The person standing before him was none other than the Golden Extreme God from the Celestial Court. Even while roaming the human world, the Golden Extreme God wore no disguise, not even concealing his golden divine armor. Under the sunlight, his armor reflected an unusual brilliance. Again with that, a old Taoist once said the same to you. You people are really something. Leah couldn't help but speak sarcastically. He was referring to the deity of the moon, who had offered him immortal brew, scaring him initially, but after many years with nothing eventful, he realized he had been duped. Hearing Li Ya's response, Golden Extreme God arched an eyebrow, his calculations causing his expression to become intriguing. Seeing him put on airs, Leah grew even more irritated. The world is really full of more and more charlatans. Leah immediately turned and prepared to leave. You truly have become an innate body, just that you lack a suitable cultivation technique, which is why you haven't felt your own transformation. The voice of the Golden Extreme God came again, making Leah pause in his steps. Leah half-turned, looking sidelong at the Golden Extreme God, and asked, "Oh? Then can you tell me what an innate body is?" The Golden Extreme God, expressionless, said, "Everything has an origin, so does the human race. The very first of the human race were born on a higher plane, naturally possessing innate bodies, capable of comprehending the great Tao. Now, you possess the qualities of your ancestors, unmatched by anyone in this realm. Leah wasn't surprised. He asked with interest, then can you pass on to me the cultivation technique of the innate human race? Search the novel fire, net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Of course, I can, the Golden Extreme God replied. However what? Faced with Li Ya's persistent query, the Golden Extreme God did not answer anymore. Instead, he raised his right hand, causing a ring of light to form next to him, expanding rapidly, turning pitch black inside. Leah frowned. He wasn't panicked and continued to stand his ground and wait. Soon, the ring of light grew taller than the Golden Extreme God, and within it, a blood-colored figure could be vaguely seen. Seeing this figure, Leah furrowed his brows tighter, feeling an intense aura of bloodlust. This person is from the innate human race. Let him be your opponent. You're of the same realm. If you can defeat him, then you are worthy of receiving everything you desire. As the words of the Golden Extreme God fell, Li Ya's pupils widened suddenly. Clang! Li Ya drew the 9 Extreme Sacred Heart sword with incredible speed, blocking another sword that resembled a shark tooth with his blade. A long-haired man enveloped in a bloody aura appeared before Li Ya. This man was bare-chested with muscles like tree roots coiling over his flesh, creating a strong visual impact. What powerful chi power! Li Ya inwardly gasped, his arms trembling. With a bang, a terrifying force exploded, instantly obliterating the green grass across the hills, turning the continuous mountains into wasteland, darkening heaven and earth. Li Ya and the long-haired man turned into 2 beams of sword chi shooting into the sky, with myriad sword chi descending from the heavens, ravaging the earth and mountains, with explosions occurring one after another, shaking the heavens and earth. The Golden Extreme God looked up with a cold gaze. It's too slow. Perhaps it's time to give the human world a little push, to let the mortal spirits know who is protecting them. The Golden Extreme God muttered to himself, the ring of light beside him growing ever larger, with shadows walking out of it, each not weaker than the long-haired man. Far away inside the Daoist field of the beginningless, Guan opened his eyes. His eyes reflected the figure of the Golden Extreme God. The fate of heaven and earth changed. All because the Golden Extreme God harbored ulterior motives. He intended to use his bred innate human race to suppress the world, then play the role of a celestial god savior. However, things wouldn't go as he wished, thus attracting more consequences from outer heaven. Playing God with such a mindset shows a lack of reverence for the great Tao. Guan murmured softly. He did not regard the Golden Extreme God highly, he just didn't want to be disturbed, but if indeed there were changes, then he would be forced to harvest lifespan. Even a mighty celestial god couldn't foresee that his selfishness would bring about a disaster that could overturn his dominion. The so-called power seems only to be strong enough in their own eyes. Even the strongest cultivators couldn't see through their own fate. Guan gained a deeper understanding of fate and causality. He began to deduce along the lines of the Golden Extreme God. He saw many figures. Inside the Golden Extreme God, there was a world, hiding an army capable of destroying the Great Thousand World. He saw thousands of companions beside the Golden Extreme God. He also saw a figure standing above the Great Tao, overlooking all heavens. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 616 Wuxia appears. Guan watched Li Ya's battle and was quite satisfied with Li Ya's growth. The Golden Extreme God intended to recruit Li Ya and would not let him die, so Guan had no intention of intervening. It had been tens of thousands of years. It was time to let the human world experience some turbulence. Trials could be opportunities for all living beings. Peace does not necessarily mean safety, and great destruction could lead to rebirth from nirvana. Guan continued to close his eyes and refine his Miaojin Dharma aspect. In the years that followed, in less than a decade, the innate human race released by the Golden Extreme God became a major scourge in the world. This innate human race had a heaven-encompassing free immortal, more than 10 profound yuan free immortals, and cultivators from various realms below that, even the least among them possessed the immortal Tao realm. They rampaged everywhere, slaughtering living beings to establish their territories, causing shock throughout the world. Being prisoners of the golden extreme god, they saw this as their only hope, so they fought fiercely, even if it meant making enemies of the whole world, and they did so with insanity. Yet the most powerful, the heaven-encompassing free immortal, kept a low profile, never making a move, uncertain of whom he was wary about. Time flew swiftly. 100 years had passed since the golden extreme god released the innate human race, and they had become the most feared race in all the world. Although they were of the human race, their methods were brutal. They claimed innate supremacy, earning the disdain of the human race in the celestial spirit great world. The innate human race not only killed, but they also conquered human imperial dynasties and sects, spreading their descendants and forming numerous factions in the human world, bringing disasters everywhere. At noon this day, Xiaolan returned to her grotto heaven. She made her way to Gu An's side. Guan was meditating by the lake, seemingly deep in concentration, but he was actually pretending. Brother Gu, the Dao court is preparing to expel the innate human race. I too must go to battle. It might be many years before I can return. Xiaolan sat beside Guan and spoke. She was neither frightened nor reluctant to leave Guan. Her heart was filled with anticipation and excitement. After tens of thousands of years of cultivation, she finally saw a chance to demonstrate her strength. She was still in the carefree primordial immortal realm, but not far from advancing to the divine immortal of wondrous Dharma realm. Guan looked at her and said sentimentally, "My dear Laner is really grown up, about to become a savior." "Not really, I'm just following the seniors to battle." "Of course, if I come across someone suffering, I will lend a hand," Xiaolan said with a smile. The Dao court's ideals were upright, worthy of being the leaders of the righteous Dao, with the majority of disciples bearing the responsibility to relieve suffering. Encountering people in distress and not offering help would contradict the identity of a Dao court disciple. Due to Xiaolan's connection, Guan often visited the Dao court and established many contacts there, which allowed him to understand the Dao court from the grassroots level. While there were indeed dark affairs within the Dao court, the disciples believed that as long as these were exposed, the Dao court would provide the answers they sought. Xiaolan began to talk about the deeds of the innate human race. This group of the human race didn't come from outer heaven but suddenly sprang up in the human world, making the Dao court's higher-ups wary. Xiaolan heard from one of her free immortal masters that the Dao court had begun to inspect every secret realm in the human world to prevent future calamities like the innate human race. Guan pretended to be greatly enlightened, satisfying Xiaolan's desire to share. Once she recalls her past life memories, she won't be this lively anymore. Guan thought to himself, cherishing the current time they spent together. Though the soul had not changed, memories could affect one's personality. What couldn't change was only the innate nature. The two talked for several hours before Xiaolan finally got up to pack her things, and Guan continued pretending to cultivate. As Xiaolan left, he could also focus his attention elsewhere. When the Dao court officially declared war on the innate human race, the morale of all beings in heaven and earth surged. More and more sects, imperial dynasties, and races joined the siege against the innate human race, including the Jianghu sect, the Taitsung imperial dynasty, and the Supreme sect. However, even facing the siege of the entire world, the innate human race displayed terrifying strength. Even the great cultivators of the Dao court couldn't penetrate the territories established by the innate human race. Battles began to turn into the main melody of heaven and earth. Guan still frequented various dojos, picking mature medicinal herbs. Even though he had reached the level of the Miao Jin Daoist immortal, Guan didn't deliberately seek to increase his lifespan, maintaining a healthy rhythm that neither invited trouble nor overburdened him. As his old friends also got drawn into the conflict with the innate human race, his life became interesting, and watching his old friends' experiences added anticipation to his life. SEA the Novel Fire, NE*T website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Battles among the strong were the easiest way to become famous. For mortal spirits, cataclysms were disasters, but for those chosen ones, they were enormous stages. More and more chosen ones became famous throughout the world. Those guided by the golden extreme god all rose up, extensively promoting the celestial name of the profound star immortal monarch, thereby elevating his status in the hearts of all beings. 300 years had passed since Xiaolan joined the battle. Early in the morning, Guan returned to the Daoist field of the beginningless, holding the white spirit rat in his arms, which had become smaller compared to the past, about the size of a cat but still chubby. If you cause trouble in the mortal world again, I won't let you go out. Guan spoke as he walked, his tone somewhat strict. The white spirit rat shrunk its head, not daring to make a sound. A figure appeared under a tree ahead. It was Chen Chuan. He quickly came up to Guan and bowed, then hesitated to speak. Guan smiled. Speak what you wish to say. He already knew the purpose of Chen Chuan's visit, having contemplated this matter on his way. Nowadays, the innate human race is causing chaos. In the past years, evil demons of the innate human race attacked the Qinkuan sect. We want to go out and expel the innate human race. The Qinkuan sect has suffered many casualties due to the demons of the innate human race, and surely the mortals below are living even harder lives. Chen Chuan mustered his courage and spoke, his tone uneasy. Having stayed in the Daoist field of the beginningless for 70,000 years, he hadn't yet gone out, and he knew that his current strength was not yet enough to satisfy his master. Guan looked at him and said, Then go, and tell the others that anyone who wants to go can go. I allow you to use the Dao treasures, but once this calamity ends, you all must return. Chen Chuan was overjoyed and quickly thanked Guan, not expecting his master to agree so readily. He immediately went back to pass on the news. Guan continued to walk leisurely forward, constantly teaching the white spirit rat. Elsewhere, the disciples gathered together, hearing that Guan agreed to let them go. Everyone was delighted, even the celestial demon child wanted to go. Indeed, our master still cares for all living beings of the world. We must perform well and not tarnish the name of the beginningless, Lv Xian said excitedly. He had long wanted to go out and experience battles with the strong ones of the world. The others nodded, and after chatting for a while, they all went back to prepare, leaving only an Xian, Shenzhen, and the ghost mother of Ephemera unprepared to go. The ghost mother of Ephemera did not believe she was qualified to go. Shenzhen looked toward an Xian, curious, Aren't you going either? An Xian casually answered, I'll go when master lets me. I want to stay by his side and cultivate. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 617 Tai Immortal Monarch. Shenzhen looked deeply into Anzin's eyes after hearing her words and suddenly felt that an Xian might be the last among these disciples to achieve the greatest success. After experiencing the mortal world, how many could return to dedicated cultivation? An Xian turned to look at Shenzhen and asked with a smile, Elder Shen, why don't you go out? Although Shenzhen's realm wasn't remarkable, and she hadn't sparred with them, with her Dao treasure, Shenzhen would be safe on outward journeys. Moreover, their master wouldn't just stand by idly. Even staying here in the dojo, I can still experience the mortal world, Shenzhen said softly with a laugh. With that, she turned and walked away. An Xian stared at her receding figure, feeling that Shenzhen was somewhat profound and inscrutable. While they're away, I should focus on my cultivation to widen the gap between us, an Xian thought silently, a smile forming on her face. She didn't linger, exchanging a few words with the ghost mother of Ephemera before returning to her training. She was different from Chen Chuan, Lv Xian, and others. She harbored grander ambitions and was committed to a more resolute path. Taitsang Continent, North Sea Mountain Ridge. The mountain god temple was nestled in the dense forest, where profound mystery Zhenren was watering the plants and flowers in the medicine garden. Over 80,000 years had passed, and he had become a celestial and earthly immortal, regarded as an immortal by all creatures of the North Sea Mountain Ridge. He had been courted by sects and imperial dynasties alike, all of which he declined. No one knew why he guarded the mountain god temple, many speculating he was indeed the mountain god, living in reclusion during times of peace, ready to descend the mountain when the world faced calamity. At that moment, it was nearing noon. A series of panicked footsteps came from outside the temple, followed by an emaciated man in tattered clothes running inside. His hair was disheveled, his face streaked with blood. Upon seeing profound mystery Zhenren, he fell to his knees with a thump. "Immortal, save me." The skinny man cried out earnestly, his voice filled with misery. Profound Mystery Jinren didn't look at him and casually said, "Don't underestimate the power of the Taizong dynasty, and besides, I don't have the strength to save the world." Upon hearing this, the skinny man stopped crying and looked up at Profound Mystery Jinren, asking, "Then, can you ask the mountain god to take action?" Profound Mystery Jinren halted his work and turned to look at him, his gaze calm. "You've been here 3 times, this is the 3rd. Are you so certain of the mountain god's existence?" Profound Mystery Jinren asked indifferently. He was no longer the naive person of the past. Today, he would mention the mountain god, but only as a legend, no longer fervently proclaiming his existence as he had before. It wasn't that he had ceased to revere the mountain god, but that he understood the mountain god's intentions. The mountain god was just one of that being's identities, as was the supporting Dao sword venerable. Rather than eternally protecting all living beings, the mountain god likely wished for them to possess the capability to protect their own world. Moreover, Profound Mystery Jinren wasn't convinced that the innate human race was a dreadful existence, especially compared to the past cosmic calamities. The current situation seemed more like a well-prepared trial. Perhaps it was the work of the immortal god spoken of in the world. At any rate, Profound Mystery Jinren didn't believe in the legends of immortal gods like the Profound Star Immortal Monarch or the Golden Extreme God. Faced with Profound Mystery Jinren's gaze, the skinny man revealed a look of panic. "No need for further pretense. Speak, what is your origin, and what is your purpose here?" Profound Mystery Jinren asked coldly, pressuring the man with the imposing aura of a celestial and earthly immortal. Boom! A shocking boom echoed from afar, and looking up, one could see a blood-red rainbow light appearing in the sky. The innate human race was battling fiercely against the Taizong imperial dynasty, and this conflict was affecting the entire Taizong continent. The surging aura from afar did not affect Profound Mysterious Jinren as he looked coldly down at the gaunt man kneeling on the ground, his gaze icy, as if 2 blades were piercing through the man's heart. The gaunt man bowed his head as he slowly stood up. "It's rare to find a devotee like you in the human world, worshipping a non-existent mountain god here for tens of thousands of years. Your devotion has moved me." The gaunt man spoke, and his tone seemed transformed, lacking the previous panic. He slowly lifted his gaze, and his pupils turned an eerie silver blue, which made Profound Mysterious Jinren frown. "The mountain god you worship does not exist, but there are real immortal gods worthy of your devotion," said the gaunt man with a mysterious tone. Profound Mysterious Jinren said mockingly, "Oh? You also believe in the Profound Star Immortal Monarch? And how will you prove the existence of Profound Star Immortal Monarch?" The gaunt man shook his head and said, "No, I do not follow Profound Star Immortal Monarch. I am a devotee of another immortal monarch, known as Tai Immortal Monarch. He is far greater than Profound Star Immortal Monarch. He has created and saved the world, and it is his great virtue that has earned him a position amongst the ranks of immortals, while Profound Star Immortal Monarch merely inherited his immortal position." Tai Immortal Monarch? Profound Mysterious Jinren was hearing this name for the first time. He furrowed his brow and asked, "Who exactly are you?" The gaunt man replied, "Who I am is not important. I am simply a follower of Tai Immortal Monarch. My life once plunged into darkness without hope, and it was he who saved me. There are many like me in this world. You are not the first one I've sought out. Followers of Tai Immortal Monarch are unlike the lapdogs of Profound Star Immortal Monarch. They blindly proclaim his strength, in ignorance." "Aren't you doing the same as them?" scoffed Profound Mysterious Jinren. The gaunt man smiled and said, "Naturally, it's different. I only speak of Tai Immortal Monarch to those who share our path. The Immortal Monarch once said that when he truly saves all living beings, then we can praise his name. The biggest difference between him and Profound Star Immortal Monarch is, he acts first and seeks recognition later." Profound Mysterious Jinren fell silent. He wondered what Tai Immortal Monarch's true intentions were. Could it be that both Profound Star Immortal Monarch and Tai Immortal Monarch truly exist, and they are engaged in an open and secret struggle, competing for the hearts of all living beings? He felt it was quite possible, and this thought made him somewhat disdainful of both immortal gods. Such behavior, how is it any different from mortals? The immortal gods in his heart should be high above, without a tint of mortal desires. The gaunt man took a step forward and said, "What's known as the innate human race are actually the slaves bred by the golden extreme god under profound star immortal monarch. Their madness stems from trying to grasp a sliver of hope. The human world now is a sea of suffering, whether for us or the innate human race, everyone is struggling desperately. Only by believing in the coming of Tai immortal monarch can we see a glimmer of hope." Profound mysterious Shinran asked, "If Tai immortal monarch is in charge of this matter, what need is there for you or me? The heavenly Tao has its celestial rules. Tai immortal monarch cannot descend directly unless there are people in this world who believe in him and appeal to the heavenly Tao with great vows, then the heavenly Tao will permit his arrival. Our great vows do not require numbers, but a heart of devotion. My faith is not enough, perhaps due to my insufficient Tao practice, or maybe I haven't lived long enough. You have worshipped the mountain god for who knows how many years, the great vow you can bring must surpass mine." As the gaunt man spoke, his gaze towards profound mysterious Shinran grew increasingly fervent. Hearing this, profound mysterious Shinran lost interest and said, "Whether what you say is true or false, I only believe in the mountain god. Go find someone else. If the heavenly Tao does not allow Tai immortal monarch to descend, there must be another reasoning. The mountain god does not have such constraints." Comparing the two made profound mysterious Zenran's respect for Guan reach a new height. Immortal gods seek names, seek faith, whereas the mountain god seeks nothing. The gaunt man's brows furrowed, and his gaze turned displeased. Profound mysterious Shinran humphed, "What now? Do you intend to force me?" He did not take the gaunt man seriously at all. Could a Mahayana cultivator pose a threat to him? The gaunt man stared at profound mysterious Shinran, gritted his teeth, and said, "Although my cultivation level is inferior to yours, I can still curse you. Your disrespect for Tai immortal monarch will surely bring misfortune upon you. Your loved ones will die one by one in this catastrophe, and because of your lack of reverence, you will be harmed by heart demons, and your latter life will be mired in the agony of hell." Sir the Nephire. Et website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. As he spoke, his body began to split open, blood oozing out continuously, rapidly turning into a bloodied figure, with even the bones at his joints revealing a dreadful whiteness. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 618, Guan and Li Xuandao watching the emaciated man's abnormal state, profound mysterious Zenran's brows furrowed tighter, and he immediately became cautious. Although the emaciated man's cultivation level posed no threat to him, the chill that ran down his spine as he listened to the man's curse was inexplicable. The bloodied emaciated man's face twisted into a fierce grimace, his eyes filled with bitter resentment as he stared at profound mysterious Shinran. Quickly, the emaciated man dissolved into a puddle of blood, transforming rapidly into a foul gas, leaving behind only a shallow pit. Profound mysterious Shinran looked at the pit, his brow tightly knit, his eyes filled with confusion, and his heart stirred with unease. He was full of dread for that Tai immortal monarch, feeling that Tai immortal monarch was even more fearsome than profound star immortal monarch. Profound star immortal monarch, at most, made a fool of all living beings, while Tai immortal monarch would not tolerate any refusal from anyone, even being ruthless to his own followers. Could it be that the mountain god speaks the truth, that the immortal gods have no obligation to be kind to all living beings, and that mortal spirits shouldn't assume their own perspectives when considering the immortal gods? Profound mysterious Shinran thought with a furrowed brow. The mere recollection of the emaciated man's face sent shivers down his spine. What right did a Mahayana realm cultivator have to curse him, a celestial and earthly immortal? But the mere thought of that enigmatic Tai immortal monarch prevented him from calming his heart. He could only focus on the medicinal herbs in the garden, hoping to divert his attention. The distant battle continued unabated, lasting several days, with the evil demons of the innate human race finally being expelled, and the Taitsang dynasty once again defended its own territory. For tens of thousands of years, without Gu An's protection, the Taitsong dynasty always turned misfortune into a blessing, its foundation growing ever deeper. Although the Taitsong dynasty's tribulations had passed, profound mysterious Zenran's torment only increased. Since the curse, his cultivation practice grew increasingly agitated, especially at night, when his mana would run wild, and he began to see many illusions, all depicting the grisly deaths of his kin. He, too, had his own family and relatives. The Li family of the royal house of the Taitsong dynasty was also of his lineage. He even envisioned the dreadful scene of Li Zuando's death and the great chaos of the Taitsong dynasty, which only heightened his panic. He could only wait for the mountain god's arrival. Throughout the passing years, he had been able to meet the mountain god 2 or 3 times a month, and this was his confidence. He firmly believed that the mountain god was stronger than that so-called Tai immortal monarch. On the 7th day of being cursed, Guan finally arrived. Guan still appeared in the form of a masked figure, for over the years, he frequently guided profound mysterious Shinran in his cultivation. Although profound mysterious Shinran had guessed that he was the supporting Dao sword venerable, he still preferred this form when meeting profound mysterious Shinran. Seeing the mountain god leap down from the eaves, profound mysterious Shinran stood up excitedly and said directly, "Preeminent mountain god, I have been cursed." Guan replied casually, "Don't worry, let me pick some medicinal herbs first." Hearing this, profound mysterious Shinran immediately breathed a sigh of relief. The mountain god could surely see through his condition. Telling him not to worry meant that the mountain god believed the matter was not difficult to resolve. Half an hour later, after profound mysterious Shinran finished sewing, he approached Guan. Before he could speak, Guan waved his sleeve, and a fresh breeze swept towards him. After the wind passed, he felt an immense sense of relief, as feeling unburdened washed over him. It was quite marvelous. The oppressive feeling from the past few days disappeared instantly. Profound mysterious Shinran immediately knelt down, thanking Guan for saving his life. "There's no need for such formality. You were targeted by others because you've been worshipping me for years. In fact, you could leave. There's no need to stay here. I am not the immortal or god you think I am. Staying here, such troubles could potentially arise again in the future," Guan said lightly, looking down at the kneeling profound mysterious Shinran from his diminished stature. Profound mysterious Shinran looked up at him and spoke earnestly, "I understand that my perspectives in the past were too narrow. I am willing to worship you forever. You taught me how to cultivate, and I can also help those suffering who pass by. My current life is quite enjoyable to me." He spoke the truth. He felt that without Guan's guidance, he could never have reached the realm he had, let alone lived so many years. Following Guan, he saw the hope for longevity. He no longer hoped that Guan would become the immortal god he wished for, because Guan could grant him the power to fulfill his own ideals. Immortal gods truly had no reason to help mortal spirits, but he could, and the reason was simply that he wanted to help. Guan sprang up, stepping on his head to leap to the roof's edge, his back to him. He said, "Reflect on what being cursed feels like. It might just be an opportunity." Profound mysterious Shinran was stunned for a moment, and before he could respond, Guan had vanished into thin air. He didn't ask whether the curse was completely eradicated. He sat down where he was, closed his eyes, and began to recall his feelings over the past few days. Guan had not left the Taitsong continent, but instead, he went to the imperial palace of the Taitsong dynasty. Li Xiandao was practicing in the imperial study, which had been transformed to have a vast interior space with a spirit pool, enabling him to cultivate while reviewing memorials. Footsteps reached Li Zuando's ears. He opened his eyes to look, his face immediately breaking into a smile as he got to his feet, his dragon robe lifting with splashes of water, which swiftly evaporated. "You're here, let's have a good drink today," Li Xiandao said warmly as he looked at Guan. Ever since Guan had sent Yang Jian thousands of years ago to support Li Xiandao, the two had built a deeper relationship. Every few decades, Guan would come to drink with Li Xiandao. He no longer offered tangible assistance, merely chatting with Li Xiandao. Li Xiandao didn't expect much. In fact, being able to see Guan gave him great confidence. Just thinking of Guan gave him a fearless vigor. Sar the Oval Fire. Net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Guan smiled and nodded, and after a while, courtesans brought in wine and dishes, setting them on the long table. They snuck curious glances at Guan. In their lifetimes it was the first time they saw His Majesty entertaining someone in the imperial study, and this person was quite young. While they were setting up, Li Xiandao brought up recent developments with Long Teng. He had invested all his efforts in cultivating Long Teng, making him a renowned prodigy across the lands and the greatest pride of the supreme mysterious dynasty. He had his own little guess, suspecting that Long Teng was a descendant of Guan, due to the Dharma aspect summoned by Long Qing on that day being too similar to Guan. Even if he were wrong, at least Long Teng was a grand disciple of Guan. Although Guan understood his thoughts, he didn't mind. As long as the outcome was positive and the process enjoyable, he would accept it. Moreover, he quite liked Long Teng, feeling that this lad was stronger than Long Qing, and his righteousness stood out even more than that of his other disciples. Once the courtesans had left, Guan spoke, "This world will see the rise of another immortal monarch." Upon hearing this, Li Zuando's smile faded, and he furrowed his brow. Thousands of years ago, he had proactively told Guan about recruiting the followers of the profound star immortal monarch, and this also showed he trusted Guan more. The followers of the profound star immortal monarch had given him great support, so he didn't deliberately suppress them. He kept his promise by erecting numerous divine statues of the profound star immortal monarch within the imperial dynasty, but he always had reservations about the immortal monarch. Now with another immortal monarch arising, he suddenly felt the calamities of the world weren't so straightforward. Could the appearance of the innate human race be more than just a coincidence? Guan recounted the experiences of profound mysterious Shinren. Since profound mysterious Shinren and Li Xiandao were of the same lineage, Li Xiandao had also visited profound mysterious Shinren many times over the long years. Hearing of profound mysterious Zenren's curse, Li Zuando's face turned grim. Guan was telling him these things not because he expected him to do anything, but simply as a friend, sharing the oddities he had encountered recently. Guan wasn't afraid of Tai immortal monarch finding out. He could change Li Zuando's fate, allowing Li Xiandao to remember these things, while others could not divine that he knew of them through Li Xiandao. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 619, Wuxia saves the world. Immortal gods want to vie for the hearts of all beings in the celestial spirit great world? Li Xiandao asked, frowning. Guan was pouring himself a drink as he said, perhaps, facing the strife among immortal gods, what do you think mortals should do? After pondering for a moment, Li Xiandao replied, go with the flow, as there is a will of heaven in the unseen, as if they never existed. There was a desolate feeling in his heart as he spoke these words. Even though mortals can practice immortal cultivation, the prospect of truly ascending to immortality was so distant. Even Li Xiandao himself, as the emperor of the Taizong dynasty, with all the resources of the world at his disposal, still could not see a hope of ascension. Guan, where exactly are the immortal gods? What are they thinking? Li Xiandao looked at Guan and couldn't help but ask. Guan shook his head and replied, I'm not an immortal, how would I know where they are or what they're thinking? Li Xiandao looked at him but felt that he was no less than the immortal gods. Could it be that Guan chose to seclude himself in this great world because there were secrets unknown to others hidden here? Otherwise, why would two immortal monarchs come here? Guan heard what was in his heart but didn't deny it. In fact, he too was wondering why the Tai immortal monarch had also come. Was it because of a grudge against the profound star immortal monarch, or for some other reason? The Dao treasure stolen from Emperor Ziwei by the celestial spirit immortal venerable was the world punishment Dao pearl. This treasure followed in Hao in his reincarnation, hidden deep within Tian Hao's soul. Guan had felt the power of this treasure. It was indeed strong, but not enough to drive the immortal gods mad. Guan was curious, but he did not pay too much attention. For now, it seemed to be just a covert struggle between two immortal monarchs and did not yet represent the celestial court. The fate of the world might change with the intervention of outer forces, but the changes would also appear before his eyes, allowing him to respond in advance. After discussing profound mysterious Shinren, Li Xiandao brought up the prodigies of the world. Knowing that Guan was not telling him these things as a warning but just wanted to chat, there was no need to inquire all the way to the end. In the Taizong imperial dynasty, he was the sky, but but compared to the ethereal immortal gods, he was no different from dust. As they chatted, Li Xiandao brought up Tian Hao. Tian Hao was truly too dazzling, which made him think of An Hao. Even though, realistically speaking, Tian Hao's growth rate was more exaggerated than An Hao's, he felt that if An Hao were still around, he might not be inferior to Tian Hao. Both of them had Hao in their names, as if it signified some kind of legacy. Even with the innate human race causing chaos in the world, they could not steal the spotlight from Tian Hao because he too was combating the innate human race, maintaining an undefeated record. Tian Hao was shedding the identity of a prodigy. Perhaps, after this calamity, he would be a giant of heaven and earth. Guan and Li Xiandao enjoyed their drinks and conversation, and gradually, Li Xiandao forgot his worries. Only in Gu An's company did he not need to be overly cautious. He relished this atmosphere. Thunder rumbled and seas of clouds churned, meteors ablaze with flames fell from the sky, smashing into the earth, which was covered by seas of fire, and the crisscrossing fissures on the ground were so shocking to behold. Suspended in mid-air were figures enshrouded in blood qi, all hailing from the innate human race, over 100 of them, each one with cultivation level of immortal Dao. They all looked in the same direction, their faces filled with horror and despair. Looking in the direction of their gaze, beneath the thunderclouds stood a figure proudly against the sky, his hair dyed with blood dancing in the air, his physique robust, holding a broad saber in his hand. The light of the blade flowed along the edge, piercing through the clouds, as countless meteors whizzed by him, striking the earth, shaking heaven and earth. It was the Blood Prison Great Saint. This was a domain of the innate human race, and the bustling city that had existed here just an hour before had now turned to ash. What exactly is that treasure? An old man stared intently at the heaven-breaking Blood Prison saber in the hands of the Blood Prison Great Saint, clenching his teeth as he asked. His companions around him couldn't answer him, and even those with a realm higher than the carefree primordial immortal couldn't understand. The gaze of the Blood Prison Great Saint turned towards the boundless sea of fire below. In one corner, flames surged into a scorching whirlwind, forming a safe zone at the center where tens of thousands of silhouettes stood. All these people were cultivators captured by the innate human race, their eyes filled with joyful surprise as they looked at the Blood Prison Great Saint. The Blood Prison Great Saint held the heaven-breaking Blood Prison saber aloft with one hand, a defiant smile on his face, his heart brimming with exhilaration. He had been bottled up for 80,000 years, and now, this kind of slaughter-filled battle was the life he had truly longed for. Massacring the innate human race and being revered as the savior by all living beings, how could it not be joyful? Even if you beg for mercy, I shall not spare you. Sia the Novelier. N.E.T. website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The Blood Prison Great Saint declared arrogantly, laughing wildly like thunder, resounding through heaven and earth. Tens of millions of miles away, Chinchuan, and Xingtian, and Jianghu stood on a cliff, with green mountains stretching out behind them and a dark, smoke-filled world ahead. Hearing the words of the Blood Prison Great Saint, they couldn't help but exchange looks. Why does it feel like this guy is the true apocalyptic evil demon? And Xingtian muttered, unable to restrain himself. Jianghu shook his head with a wry smile. Master made him a mount for a reason, at least it spared the human world one disaster. Qin Chuan didn't laugh, his brows furrowed. Don't you think it's strange how the evil demons of the innate human race seem never-ending? We've been out for 1,000 years, killed so many, but do you feel like their offensive has weakened at all? He disliked slaughter, and 1,000 years of experiences made him detest the innate human race and long to drive them out sooner. Perhaps there's a place connecting to outer heaven, with a constant stream of innate human race evil demons coming in as reinforcements, Jiang Shi speculated. And Shengshen's eyebrows rose, so if we don't resolve that place, this calamity won't end? Qin Chuan narrowed his eyes. That's right, we can no longer run around like headless flies. Our cultivation level might not be strong, but with the 4 Dao treasures combined, we can certainly end this catastrophe and carry on the Wuxia name. A millennium of wandering had spread the name of Wuxia throughout the human world, but Qin Chuan felt it was far from enough. His master had saved the human world many times over, yet people had forgotten him, with voices of faith in immortal gods everywhere now. This dissatisfaction was palpable. He wanted to make all living beings realize who it was that propped up the celestial spirit great world. When Xingtian heard Qin Chuan's words, his heart stirred, and his face lit up with anticipation. We could go find Celestial Demon Child and the others. Having 3 more Dao treasures would give us even more assurance, Jianghu suggested. Qin Chuan nodded, his eyes gleaming. Wuxia disciples, wielding the 7 great Dao treasures to save the world, that story would be even more spectacular. The 3 exchanged a glance, leaped forward to aid the Blood Prison Great Saint, and prepared to quickly end the final battle. Meanwhile, under the World Gate, the Celestial Spirit God was watching them. Ever since Qin Chuan and the others had appeared, the might of the Dao treasures had caught the attention of the Celestial Spirit God. Tian Hao had 3 Dao treasures, and at that time, he was amazed at Gu An's capability to craft magical treasures. Now seeing that each of the Wuxia disciples held one, he was curious just how high Gu An's realm might be. Profound Star Immortal Monarch, Tai Immortal Monarch, and him, in this chess game, Golden Extreme God, you no longer have any hope for life, pitiful that you don't even know it. The Celestial Spirit God thought to himself silently. He then stood up and faced the World Gate, seemingly preparing to welcome the arrival of some entity. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know each report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 620 The 72 Immortals of Golden Cave. The Celestial Spirit God stood quietly in front of the World Gate, his gaze calm, his thoughts unknown. Time sped by rapidly. After a long while, the World Gate burst forth with strong light, dazzlingly brilliant, as 72 silhouettes stepped out, men and women both, dressed uniquely, yet all exuding an extraordinary aura, displaying the immortal light. The Celestial Spirit God's face changed slightly, clearly not expecting the identities of the newcomers. Leading the way was a man in a purple robe, wearing a divine crown with delicately embroidered patterns and luxurious crystals adorning his robe, and 2 dragon horns on the crown reaching to the sky as tendrils of blue flames swirled around him while he walked. The Celestial Spirit God immediately greeted them with a fist and palm salute. The man in the purple robe didn't respond to the Celestial Spirit God, walking straight past him, with the others following closely behind. Celestial Spirit God, you've been guarding this place for so many years, it's time to bow down to Emperor Ziwei, a young man, clad in golden chain armor, holding a long spear joked with the Celestial Spirit God. He walked amongst the crowd, and looking at him alone, his presence was no weaker than the Celestial Spirit God's. The Celestial Spirit God didn't make a sound, and the golden-armored youth, unangered, continued forward. Watching them fly toward the depths of the universe, the Celestial Spirit God reflected, Tai Immortal Monarch has actually sent the 72 immortals of Jin Dong. It seems the Golden Extreme God is destined to die. But, does the Golden Extreme God really warrant the collective arrival of the 72 immortals? The Celestial Spirit God thought of Guan. Could it be that Tai Immortal Monarch knew of Gu An's existence? He had complicated feelings about Guan. Having once died at Gu An's hands, there was enmity, but since Guan hadn't truly wiped him out and also showed immense kindness to his son, it made him unclear about his own feelings toward Guan. Regardless, it was none of his business, he just needed to sit here and watch. As the years meandered by, 5,000 years had passed since Guan helped profound mysterious Jinren lift the curse. While the whole world was contending with the innate human race, they couldn't completely eradicate them. Guan had also tried, quietly eliminating a wicked innate human race evil demon, but without receiving any lifespan notification. This innate human race had entangled themselves with a bizarre karma power related to the Golden Extreme God. Perhaps their lifespans had long been controlled by him. Unable to seize lifespans, Guan grew indifferent to further action, leaving it to the beings of this world to solve on their own. Although he didn't take action, it wasn't a sign of his indifference. His disciples acted at his behest, having saved countless lives over 5,000 years. Wuxi's fame had spread, and sects throughout the world knew of Wuxi's existence. Celestial Demon Child, Qin Chuan, and others hadn't exposed Gu An's name. The world only knew of their origin from Wuxia, oblivious to the master of Wuxia. On this day, the weather was clear. Guan was instructing an Xian in the cultivation of the immortal emperor's eye. Ever since she had been stimulated by Tianhao's celestial Dao destiny to a breakthrough, her comprehension of the immortal emperor's eye grew deeper. Although far from Guan's level of achievement, she could now wield the power of the immortal emperor's eye. Her immortal emperor's eye divine power wasn't karma divine power but a kind of devouring strength that could consume everything, turning it into her own power in a short time. This was a very practical divine skill for combat. The power gained from devouring was temporary, but in evenly matched battles, this could instantly turn the tide. She had only just begun to comprehend, if she were strong enough to devour a part of the great Tao and make it fight on her behalf, the mere thought of such a scene was terrifying. Years had passed, and though Anzin's comprehension was awakening, her combat talent was not exceptionally high. Now, with the immortal emperor's eye, she finally had the qualifications to compete with Tianhao. However, the immortal emperor's eye was not related to the cause and effect of the celestial court, and it was not advisable to use it casually after leaving the dojo. Guan looked at an Xian, smiling as he thought. Unconsciously, an Xian had become the person who had been his companion for the longest time. He was very fond of this obedient and filial disciple, and his favoritism was overt. He wasn't afraid of the envy from other disciples because he felt hardworking and Xian deserved such treatment. The mentor and disciple duo sat in the bamboo grove, an Xian with her eyes closed. On her eyelids, a pair of purple phantom eyes emerged, mysterious and eerie. Bamboo leaves fluttered down, one landing on Anzin's head. Suddenly, an Xian opened her eyes and looked at Guan, saying, "Master, I have an ominous premonition. The more I comprehend this divine power, the stronger this feeling grows, as if some terrifying existence is approaching." Guan replied, "Trust your feelings, it is indeed so. In fact, the divine power you're cultivating is no longer the calamity absolute I, but a powerful divine power called the immortal emperor's eye, which can even invoke the fear of the immortal gods." An Xian felt this way because the number of immortal gods in the celestial spirit great world was increasing. Over 3,000 years ago, 72 immortal gods on par with the celestial spirit god came through the world gate, one of whom reached the Tai-Ching golden immortal realm perfection. Guan had calculated that they were intricately linked with Tai immortal monarch, implying these immortal gods were very likely summoned by Tai immortal monarch. They infiltrated the celestial spirit great world undetected, hiding their identity and presence, wandering amidst the human world. Initially, Guan assumed they intended to emulate the golden extreme god and further propagate the name of Tai immortal monarch, but that was not the case. They seemed to be searching for something. Protected by the celestial Dao destiny, Guan could not hear their innermost thoughts. Now, Guan suddenly had a guess. Could it be they were searching for the immortal emperor's eye? Once the immortal emperor's eye was perfected, it would alarm the celestial court, yet an Xian had not used the immortal emperor's eye's power outside, so Guan still had faith in the dojo. His thoughts then shifted to another person. Tianhao. An innate immortal god, such a being could not go unnoticed by the immortal gods. Speaking of which, Tianhao was renowned throughout the land, yet Golden Extreme God had never sought him out. It might have been coincidental in the past, but the fact that they never met to this day was surely not reasonable. Could it be that Tai immortal monarch and profound residence immortal monarch bore no grudges, and instead, something in this great world necessitated their competition? Fear of the immortal gods? Can I still use it in the future? Will it bring trouble to you, master? An Xian asked nervously. Guan laughed and said, "That's why you must continue to cultivate, develop it to the realm of great achievement, being able to control the immortal emperor's eye with ease, so that when you go out in the future, you won't reveal its aura." An Xian pondered and, looking up at Guan, asked, "Master, could the current chaos in the world have been caused by the innate human race because of me?" Guan said exasperatedly, "Do you think you're capable of that?" An Xian stuck out her tongue, chastened, her ears turning red, but she breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. It was good that it wasn't her. Although she did not have grand aspirations to save all living beings, she also did not want to bring about a world-ending calamity because of herself. However, there are currently dozens of immortal gods in the human world. Looking across the 3,000 great worlds, the place with the most immortal gods at the moment is our celestial spirit great world. Gu An's words piqued in Xin's interest, and she began inquiring about the whereabouts of the immortal gods. Source: web novel. Com, updated on Envgo. Co.